I don't usually write things like this, but I find it necessary. You see, a few nights ago, my friends and I went hiking deep in the woods. We live in a small town in Norway. The summers are short there, so we try to profit as much as we can from them. In our town, there is an old legend that if you go too deep in the woods, you might find the monster of many skins. Growing up, our parents used it as a way to scare us from going too far into the woods. The legend says that the monster of many skins eats the people who go too far into the woods. As we got older though, we started to realize it was just a fable. We grew out of it like most kids do. Monsters don't exist, do they? My small group of friends never stopped believing in that though. Instead of staying out of the forest, we wanted to go deeper and eventually find that monster. That's why we held parties in the woods, to test our luck. That particular day, we heard that some kids in our school had found the beast, but were lucky enough to get away. I was always the skeptical one, so I didn't quite believe their story, but my friends wanted to know the truth. That night, we traveled deep into the woods. We packed a case of drinks and a notepad to log our encounter and headed off. Leaving at sundown, we trekked into the woods. We were quite deep in the woods when we found a small, run-down hunting cabin and broke the door open. Moss was littering the outside, and I can say more than a few animals had made their home inside. We opened the door. An intense rush of dust hit our face and made us wheeze even after we had left. Everything inside had been turned around and pushed to all corners of the room. The cabin itself was around 10 feet by 12 feet and covered in a thick layer of dust. The roof of the cabin was caving in. In the corner of the room was a journal on a small round table. The cover was made of a thick leather, and it was bound with string. The paper inside of it was thick and darkened with age. We gathered around the journal and opened it. Reading it, it seemed like a normal diary written by an old huntsman from the late 1700s. Most of the pages contained a log of what he had caught and where he had been. There was nothing specifically unusual about it, except for where it was placed. As I'd said before, the rest of the room's furniture was pushed to the corners of the room, but the book was placed on the top of a small table in the middle of the cabin. To me, it looked almost antler-like. Nothing was out of the ordinary, aside from the few last pages. We presumed either the hunter had died or had completely forgotten about the journal, as if he had left in a rush. I will write for you the last few pages of the journal. December 28th, 1792. Today, I caught but one hare. Although it's the midst of winter and there is not much wildlife around, I find it rather weird that there is not more animals out. It is abnormally cold out, and I sense a big storm coming. The sun has just set, but is not dark yet. I set up camp in a small overgrown area where the cedar leaves create a little shelter. I am quite afraid it will grow too cold for me to stay here. My beard is covered in frost, and my face is going numb. I have started a fire to keep warm. I've been sitting around this fire for a while now, and it's starting to get dark. The storm is coming. I feel the wind picking up. The snow is light for now, but at this rate, the storm will get worse quickly. It's starting to feel like daggers against my exposed skin. I have decided to scout the area for better shelter. I heard of an old hunting shack not too far from here. I will grab my things and head out. Huzzah! I had made it to the small log cabin. The visibility was very low, and by the time I got to the shack, the last bit of day had creeped below the horizon, leaving me in the dark and cold of the foreign forest. That's wrong. It's not foreign. I have passed through here numerous times and had never actually stopped and camped out here, because I've never caught anything except for a few small rodents in this region. It's just here. It's hard to explain. The aura is different. The snow had already piled high against the cabin, making me have to dig to get into the darn thing. When I entered, the cold entered my lungs. The stillness of the cabin was eerie, as if it had not been touched in years. Outside, the wind howled like a madman banging against the outer walls of the cabin. But on the inside, it was complete and utter silence. The interior of this cabin has a small wooden cot pushed in the corner in the fireplace. In the middle of the room was a tiny table and 2 chairs. Everything in the room had a thick layer of dust, leaving me to believe the old tenants had left a few years, maybe a decade ago. I unpacked my bags, made my bed, and started a fire to warm up the place. Surprisingly, there was unused wood in the fireplace, as if the cabin was expecting me. I skinned and gutted the hair, putting the remains outside to potentially attract larger, more expensive prey. I placed the skin of the hare outside under the snow to freeze, marking it with a cedar branch so that it would be easier to carry out when I depart from this cabin. I place the meat of the animal on the fire to cook while I rest. I sit here writing this, waiting for my hair to cook. It's very late, or at least I'm getting very tired. In this moment, I have nothing else to do but get a bit of shut-eye. I will retire to bed for now and will continue writing at dawn. It is in the middle of the night. I awoke with a great shock in my lungs. The fireplace had gone out for what seemed like hours because the cabin was glacial. I could see my own breath and my skin stung to the touch. I got up, relit the fire, and continued to cook the hare on the fireplace. I checked outside and it was still dark from what I could see. The only noise in that cabin was my own labored breath and the droning crackle of the fire. I sit here writing this as the cabin warms up. I don't even know who would be reading this. If you are, do you find this amusing? I have not much to say for right now. I'll sit here, staring at the blank pages. If I were not a hunter, I suppose I could have worked my penmanship and become a writer. That would be the life, wouldn't it? The cabin is warm now, and my eyelids are getting heavy. I will get some shut-eye for now, since it is still black out, and my bait has not been taken yet. December 29th, 1792. I awoke again, this time at dawn. The storm has subsided, although not completely. The snow has piled high against the sides of the cottage, but it seems as though the door is sheltered enough for me to get out. The windows are frosted over. Lucky for me, the wind isn't as strong as it was last night, and as I write this, the snow is calming down. Outside is perfect hunting conditions. I hope I catch something more this afternoon. I glanced outside and saw the bait was gone, and whatever took it left large tracks leading into the forest. I have decided I shall grab my gun and head out. I hope I can catch whatever animal that was before it travels a length too great for me to follow. I am desperately hoping that the storm, which chased me here, will not return. I hope to return to this cabin. If I do not, then one of 3 things happened. The storm returned, and this time, I was not so lucky and could not evade the howling winds and the needle-like snow. I found the animal I'm about to track, but was not successful in conquering the beast. Or, when out in the forest, I was not able to find my way back to the cabin. In all but one scenario, I am gone. So let's hope none of those options have happened. For now, I say goodbye, reader, whomever you are, and I hope to write again. Oh dear God, oh what my eyes have seen in this terrible forest are enough to cripple even the strongest of men's sanity. Let me start from the beginning, in as much agonizing detail as I can bring myself to write. After my last entry, I grabbed my gun and went outside to check the scene. The snow was packed and easy to walk on, which was to my advantage. I was shocked that not only the remains of the hare were gone, but also the skin I had placed strategically in the snow had been dug up. I found this rather weird since I had placed it so it was rather hard to reach. The beast, or beasts, had left deep gashes in the snow, and the tracks in the snow were by far the oddest thing about it. It seemed as though 10 or more animals passed by this very area. I could identify deer, bear, and wolf tracks for sure. The prints never overlapped. They all followed the exact same route as the others. It was not odd having animals pass by at night and check out the scene, especially since I had left out animal entrails. But having this many of them was incredibly abnormal, especially in this region. I followed the tracks into the forest. I contemplated turning around and headed back to the cabin, but my curiosity got the best of me, and I proceeded further into the forest. In that part of the forest, it was very different. I cannot quite describe it. The trees seem longer in a sense, more foreboding. The dark green spruce trees were spindly and twisted, looming over my head with a sense of indescribable evil. The air in that region was dense, making it hard to breathe, as though I was breathing in water. Before, I used to hear winter birds like crows and ravens, but here, there was nothing at all but the light howl of the wind as it passed through the tree branches. The whole scene was ghastly. Here, the sky was darker, or the snow was reflecting light in a different way. I noticed large gashes in the surrounding trees and small droplets of blood on freshly fallen snow. About 30 minutes away, in a small snowed-in grotto under the open sky was a large creature making seismic movements with its arms. The creature was hunched over, its back facing me, and most likely concentrating on what it was doing with its hands. I creeped forward to get a better look at what this creature was and what it was doing. The thing was unnaturally gaunt. As I got closer, I made a noise. I cannot quite recall what it was now. It might have been a twig snapping. The horrible creature snapped its head around violently, creating the snap and pop of bones, but didn't seem to care. It saw me. What I witnessed there still makes my stomach churn. The creature was about 10 feet, maybe more since it was hunched over. It had multiple animal parts sewn into it. There was wolverine and rabbit limbs protruding out of its side, with dry blood caking to it. The hide of the limbs of many animals had been sewn into it with a black thread. It was sagging off the ancient beast's bones. The monster had limbs of varying sizes under the fake flesh, which I presumed to be organs. The beast was wearing the appendages as if it were a shell, like a hermit crab. As I reread through my notes, I realized I cannot begin to describe the sheer horror of the thing. It had animal heads, rotting and blackened with frost. The head of the creature was the head of a young buck. The face of an old wolf was sewn on the left side, and the face of a bear on the right. The eyes of the buck were sunken in and glazed over. The eyes of the thing were milky white with disease. On the head of the buck, the antlers of a moose and deer were butched together with thread and dried blood. There was an opening where I could see that it was in the process of sewing the hair that I had caught onto its body. The creature's anatomy was something I had never seen before. A torso way too long with too many limbs, arms long and shoulders sagging, touching the snow. I could not see the lower portion of its legs, but from what I could make out, it was the legs of that poor buck. The creature let out a guttural shriek, striking me with the most foul stench of decay. I could see inside of the gaping mouth and saw nothing. Its mouth was empty, but I knew that behind the hollow emptiness there was something horrifying, something I didn't want to see. It stood up. Even from a distance, I could see it towering over me. Spit mixed with small droplets of blood poured out of its mouth, hitting the snow and staining it yellow with rot. As it lifted its body out of the snow, I could see the horrible claws that made those marks in the snow and trees. They were bony, darkened hands of a humanoid being. No, not humanoid, not even that. It was a parody of a human, as if it tried to replicate a human figure but failed horribly. Its fingers were too long, maybe 4 times longer than mine, and you could see every bone from afar. The skin on its hands was dark from the frost of years of existence. Its torso was long, too long. It made up most of the beast's figure. I was stuck in fear and had no control over my body. As soon as I regained control though, I shot my gun at it, stumbling around because of the recoil of the old rifle. The beast fell with such a violent force. As it got up, and I saw crimson leaking out of it onto the snow, It had the internals of various different shapes and sizes in it. Most were of that of small rodents. It howled. I couldn't tell if it was from pain or anger, but it howled louder than anything I'd ever heard from anything before. It put its vile hand over the open wound to hold back the gore. It bent over and started to pick itself together with handfuls. As it was distracted, I sprinted away for the cabin. When I reached it, the sun had dipped below the horizon, and daylight was limited. My lungs were burning, and my legs could barely hold their own weight. I got into the cabin, and here I am now. It has gotten too dark for me to leave the cabin, so I will stay here for one more night. I can only hope it doesn't come for me tonight. I have not started a fire, and fear that it will make it easier for the beast to track me down. I am writing this by the light of a very small lantern that emits a fair amount of heat. I pray to the Lord that it does not find me. I will keep this lantern on tonight to keep me warm. Good night. It's currently the middle of the night. I have awoken with a strange sense in my gut, almost like having butterflies, but instead of a nervous fluttering, it's more like wasps stinging my stomach and buzzing violently inside me. I cannot tell if it's purely anxiety mixed with sleep deprivation, or if I truly am ill. My eyes are playing tricks on me. I have seen hundreds of rodents race across the floor of the cabin. I hear movement outside. The feeling in my stomach has grown into disoriented nausea, and I feel as though I will faint. Beads of cold sweat have gathered on my forehead, keeping me awake. The room is different. I cannot tell how, but it just is, almost as if everything in the room was moved by half an inch. If anyone is reading this and believes I am but a madman, I am not. I know what I am seeing, and I know it is true. The rodents are now crawling all over the walls. The flame of the lantern is dying out, but I have no clue what to do. I feel a pounding in the back of my head, as though the rodents are crawling and gnawing at my brain. Through the white noise that the scurrying is producing, I can feel something pulling me outside. A force stronger than man itself can conceive. Almost like a serene song pulling a young sailor out to sea. I will go check. I feel the only thing keeping me sane and focused is this journal. I'm back and I must describe what has happened to me. I lifted myself off the bed and stood up, nearly vomiting. My legs shook under the weight of my own feeble body. I directed myself to the door, my head pulsing with the sound of the rodents. They scurried under my feet, forcing me to hold onto the wall. I staggered to the cabin door and opened it. I was suddenly sobered with what I saw. Hundreds of eyes staring at me, and in the middle of them all, I saw the grotesque silhouette of the beast illuminated by the light of the full moon. The animals were just staring at me with such a fury I had never seen in my life. I have never been much of a religious man at all, but in that moment, I wondered if there was a God above. If this was a way of repayment for killing his creatures, his children. The beast was silent. All of the animals were. I retreated slowly and tripped over the mice and rats that were racing toward the beast. What I saw will forever haunt my nightmares. The moon shone down on a part of the beast that I had never seen before. A human head was sewn onto the side of the beast. The man's face forever frozen in expression of dread. I made the realization then. The hands of the beast, ancient human that had been mummified by the frost and wrapped around its own skeletal hands. My body trembled with a hollow ache. I was so disoriented, so scared, yet I felt something, a quiet sense of calm. It started at the back of my head and grew as I got closer to the beast. Then, the beast opened its mouth and howled, but instead of making me recoil in fear and disgust, it was enchanting. The whole scene was so beautiful. No words in the human language can begin to describe the beauty. Blood dripped from its mouth as it chanted its song. I ran inside, tripping over the rodents that now poured out of the cabin like a raging river, shutting the door behind me and dropping to my knees with tears streaming down my cheeks. The creature continued its chant. Blood started to drip from my ears, pooling around my fingertips. For I was not crying because of the amount of pain I was in. It was because of the beauty I had just witnessed. I gathered my composure and crawled to the table. I sit here now, writing what I think will be the last thing I ever write. My fate is sealed, and I know that. I do not fret the end of my life. In fact, I desire it. I will repent for my sins. The beast is my lord, and I know it is here to make me join its army. I regret the loss of life I have caused in my complete and utter carelessness. I will follow its voice and become one with it. It will save me. It will forgive me. The air of the cabin feels like acid in my lungs, and it's getting harder to breathe. The rodents are starting to break down the cabin door, and have already broken through the window. It's waiting for me, the creature of many skins. God, I will repent. Goodbye. As you can see, after reading that, we all got freaked out. Of course, being a skeptic I am, I first thought it could be some stupid guys that had decided to play a sick prank on whoever read the journal. But that's just impossible. The book itself was too old, too brittle. It looked so genuine, and I guess that's what made it even more unnerving. There was no name anywhere on the journal. Believe me, we triple-checked, so we could not identify the man in this journal. This journal was all the proof my friends needed to be convinced it was real. All of it. I wanted to leave, but my friends kept pushing to look through the cabin, and I didn't feel like trekking through the woods alone. Pushed to the side of the cabin was a cot with blankets on it. Moths had gotten to the blankets and chewed them up. In the cot was a rat's nest that had long since been vacant. Under the bed was a bag made from unidentifiable material because of age. Thrown violently at the wall was the smashed and rusted remains of a lantern. This was no doubt where the hunter had stayed during the harsh winter of 1792. Of course, everything in the cabin was distorted with age, but that was expected. Finally, I convinced my friends that we had seen enough and that it was getting dark out. We left the cabin, Astrid cradling the lantern remains, Eric carrying the notebook, Daniel carrying the drinks and chips, and me holding the hunter's journal. The sky was getting dark and the temperature was dropping quickly. I was falling behind my group as they chattered ahead of me. I turned around to face the cabin one last time and saw, hunched over, the large figure of a creature with large antlers and many faces, its hands dragging against the ground. I turned as white as a ghost and ran to my friends, screaming at them to run. In retrospect, that was the worst thing I could have done, but the fear mixed with adrenaline made me act upon my stupid impulses. We all bolted for home. Luckily, we got there. It's now the wee hours of the morning. I've stayed up all night. I keep glancing over the hunter's journal. My head is pounding and my heart is racing because, outside, at the forest edge facing the window of my room, is the silhouette of the thing I had glanced at once in the forest. Writing this is keeping me distracted for the meantime, but I've already seen a few rats scurry out from under my bed. It's calling me. It's calling me to be one with it. I don't know if I'll be able to make it so. If you're reading this, I want you to know there is something in the woods. I am writing this as a complete and total recount of the events I experienced on Cillian Mountain almost 3 months ago, so I can have my facts straight if the police decide to listen to me. No, when they decide to listen to me. They have to, because I'm terrified of what will happen if they don't. I know I already lost my friend Ethan, and I'm afraid that whatever that thing was may get more people. I've already tried to contact the local authorities, the news, hell, even the local wildlife conservation group to see if they know anything, but I've either been laughed away or thrown out for wasting their time. So this document is a way for me to gather my thoughts, but also as a warning. At this point, I think I have to be the one to do something about this. And in case I don't make it back and things get worse, I want someone to be brought up to speed. My name is Ned Harris. I have dark hair, brown eyes, missing the tip of my pinky on my right hand, and a small scar on my left cheek. If you read this and later see me casually walking on the streets of Jericho, West Virginia, it means I failed. Get out while you can, and please, do not go into the woods. This nightmare came to be when my friend Ethan Lancaster and I decided to camp out on Cillian Mountain for a week, in celebration of his recent promotion. This was going to be a first for us, but one we were more than excited for. Cillian Mountain was a notoriously difficult mountain to hike, and even more difficult to survive on. Only a handful of people ever made it to the peak and returned. More than a handful were never seen again. This would turn most people away, but Ethan and I were avid hikers and campers. We met on a camping forum 5 years earlier and became close friends almost immediately due to our mutual love of the outdoors. We had been on numerous hikes through the years, varying in difficulty, but when Ethan became a general manager for the firm he worked at, we decided it was time to finally tackle the big one. After a month of planning and saving up for new gear, we found ourselves in Jericho, West Virginia. Jericho was a small, Gatlinburg-esque town that sat squarely at the bottom of Cillian. Consisting of only 2 roads and a population of a few hundred, it was hardly the Gatlinburg competitor that the ads lead you to believe. It had a few attractions like bars, restaurants, museums, and most famously Sweet Tooth, the concerningly obese grizzly that spent her days roaming her barren enclosure. Tourists were beginning to trickle in now that the seemingly eternal snow was beginning to melt. But for the most part, Jericho wasn't meant for tourists. It was the place where all hikers began their journey up Cillian, after purchasing all the overpriced gear at the local shops, of course. Ethan and I found a motel for the night, and we were up the next morning before sunrise so we could get a jump start on the 3-day hike to our chosen camp spot, which we had marked on our map. Aside from a twisted ankle and Ethan being charged by a particularly aggressive raccoon, the hike itself was uneventful. The steep yet relatively short slopes of Cillian scared most of the ill-fit hikers away quickly, but we trekked up the 45-degree slopes with ease, having trained for this journey for months. By the second day, we only occasionally ran into other experienced hikers, in which we would return their friendly wave and continue on our separate paths. By dusk of the second day, we arrived at our chosen camp spot. It was a small clearing that provided some legroom from the suffocating pines that speckled the landscape, and we had a small creek babbling away nearby thanks to the melting snow. We had camp set up in under an hour, and began the rituals we had become accustomed to after many years of camping together. I began preparing tonight's dinner, a lovely pack of dehydrated mac and cheese, while Ethan went out to find firewood. Once I had all the cooking utensils out of their cases and set up how I liked them, I grabbed a large pot and headed over to the creek so that we could undo the pesky, dehydrated part of our meal. The area surrounding the creek was picturesque, like something you'd see on a water bottle wrapper. The crystal clear water trickled softly down the slopes, with evidence of local wildlife regularly stopping by for a quick drink. I took a moment to appreciate the scenery, taking a deep breath of cold mountain air and feeling the high that made me fall in love with hiking so many years before. I knelt by the creek bed and began to fill up the pot, whistling softly to myself, when something made me stop. I glanced around at my surroundings, scanning the tree line behind me and the steep, rocky slope ahead of me. My ears strained for a sound that I hadn't heard, but my brain still warned me of. The hair on the back of my neck shot up as I quickly looked to my right, at the slopes above me. I saw nothing in the cragged peaks above, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The once softly babbling creek now sounded like a roaring river as I stared into the rocks above, frozen to the spot with a confusing terror that seemed to come from nothing. I slowly rose my knee and faced the peaks to my right. It's hard to explain, but it felt as if they were watching me. Not a creature that resided in them, but the mountain itself. The skin on my scalp tightened and my stomach churned as the chirping birds around me fell silent, as if some kind of predator had just came into view. I backed away from the creek, continuously scanning the cliffs above me. It felt as if I was staring into the eyes of an old god, asleep for millennia, that had just decided to wake up and stare directly into my soul. A force so old and eternal that my existence was a mere blip in comparison. My life, a blink and you miss it moment. I was suddenly overcome with an enormous wave of terror that would have caused me to drop the pod and sprint back home, had it not subsided as quickly as it came. The birds began to chirp once more, and the creek's deafening roar returned to a trickle. I stood for nearly 20 minutes, unmoving and staring at the cliff above, before eventually gaining the courage to step away from the creek and return to the camp, never taking my eyes away from what felt like an unseen assailant. A half hour later, I was back at camp, running the water through the purifier and staring off into nothing. My rapidly beating heart finally began to slow, and I began to feel silly. "Look at you, Harris, jumping at mountain ghosts," I muttered to myself, chuckling at the absurdity of my experience, but unable to shake it completely. It was like a small rat was inside of my skull, gnawing away at my brain, no matter how hard I tried to shake it loose. I glanced at my watch and frowned. It was almost 9. Ethan had been gone for almost an hour, and it was nearly dark. It wasn't uncommon for him to take long collecting firewood, but we both agreed to be back at camp before sunset. I looked east, the direction he had gone, and grabbed my flashlight. I knew he would give me crap for worrying about him, but if he had gotten lost or hurt, it would be near impossible to find him in total darkness. I clicked the button, and a beam of light illuminated the woods ahead of me, casting the trees and rocks with a harsh white light and everything outside the circle to be shrouded in darkness. I took a deep breath and ventured into the woods. "Ethan?" I called out, following the tracks he left in the melting snow. "It's almost dark. You should head back." The only response I got was that of crickets beginning to chirp. I swallowed, gripped the flashlight tighter, and pushed on. "Come on, man. Seriously. Let's get back to camp." I passed the beam from tree to tree, my nerves causing me to jump as I expected to see some twisted face peering from behind the trunks, but never seeing anything. I eventually lost his trail as he seemed to turn and ascend upwards. I turned and pointed my flashlight past the trees, and my heart jumped. The same peaks as before loomed over me, staring down with a smug stoicism that seemed to say, "Welcome back." My hand trembled, causing the light to dance across the rocks above me. That feeling of existential terror washed over me once more, crashing into my mind with such a force that I immediately turned and ran, not as a man who made a decision, but as a mindless animal relying on instinct to save it from imminent danger. I crashed through the woods, crying out as sharp sticks seemed to claw at my face and arms. I felt the distinct presence of something behind me, an immense invisible force that was bearing down on me like a thundering avalanche, closing the distance between us faster than I was closing the distance between me and the camp. I picked up the speed, pumping my legs as fast as I could and ignoring the stinging pain as the branches raked against me. I half panted and half sobbed as I exploded through the brush and fell into the clearing, going into the fetal position and waiting for an attack that never came. After a moment, I peered through my fingers, watching the gently rustling branches in front of me as everything beyond them was now cast in total darkness from the setting sun. I took a deep breath and rose to my hands and knees, desperately trying to slow my heart rate before I either collapsed or vomited. Once I felt like I wasn't going to pass out anymore, I rose to my feet, backed away from the woods I had just escaped from, and turned back to camp. Ethan was standing in the center of the clearing, his arms held firmly at his sides and his head lolling around lazily, as if he were drunk. "Ethan, what the heck, man?" I panted, glancing around behind me into the woods again before making my way over to him. "Are you okay? I was looking for you. Ethan, what the heck, man?" Ethan responded, still facing away from me. I froze. His voice sounded rough, as if he suddenly aged 30 years and smoked a pack every day at the same time. Even more strange was that the inflection of his voice, how he said, was identical to how I did, almost like listening to a playback recording. Yeah, listen, What is that?" he suddenly screamed out, making me jump. "Oh God, please, He cut himself off, each word sounding more like Ethan's normal voice, before mimicking a strange snapping noise, like a broken twig or... "Ethan," I said, slowly approaching him from behind. "This isn't funny, man. You're scaring me." "Scaring you?" he responded, swaying slightly as I approached. He sounded totally normal now, which didn't make me feel all that better. I stretched my hand towards him as he made a sound that still haunts me to this day. A noise that sounded like a mix between a click and a short shriek and seemed almost impossible for a person to be able to make. Before I was able to touch his shoulder, he whirled around and faced me, causing me to jump back and yell out in terror. He bared his teeth at me, a horrific and failed mimicry of a smile. His blonde hair was filthy and shrunk over his face and eyes. My God, his eyes were pointing in opposite directions before sliding together, focusing on me. My stomach churned and my hair stood on end as those eyes seemed to stare straight through me, in a gaze that I had only ever felt before, never seen. "Come on, Ned. I have something I want to show you," it stammered, like it was still trying to figure out how to work its tongue. "Get away from me," I squeaked out, backing away from whatever this thing was. Every animal instinct in me was screaming at once to run, to get away from this foul mimicry of life, of my friend. "It isn't far, just a few 100 yards," it stammered, lurching towards me in unnatural movements as if controlled by unseen strings. I turned to run and tripped over my hiking bag, landing hard, crying out in pain as my previously twisted ankle became a sprained ankle. "It is beautiful," it cried out as it descended upon me. "We are beautiful." It grabbed onto my face as I grasped out in horror. The skin on its hands were rubbery, like frog skin, and it caused my own skin to crawl in an attempt to avoid contact with this crazy thing of nature. "You are not beautiful." I struggled against the Ethan thing, eventually landing a hit to its face with my elbow. It stumbled, that horrific face still froze into a false smile as it rose back to its feet and turned towards me. I jumped to my feet and ran, screaming in agony as my sprained ankle became a broken ankle. The trees around me rustled violently. The branches clawed at my face as if they were trying to slow me down. I cast a glance behind me and screamed in terror. The Ethan thing was behind me, that false human expression unmoving as it followed me at a full sprint. Its arms plastered stiffly to its side. I ducked and dodged the branches as best as I could, breathing so loudly that I didn't even notice that thing behind me wasn't breathing at all. I could feel it closing in, those yellow eyes staring hungrily at the back of my head. I was done for. I couldn't outrun it, even if I didn't have a broken ankle. My legs weren't even bending. How in the... It continued gaining on me. The branches almost seemed to part for it. Tears streamed down my face as I gasped for air, pumping my good leg as fast as I could. Closer. My head pounded from the cold mountain air. Closer. I could feel its presence right behind me now. It emanated a scent that smelled old. Closer. Very old. Closer. Older than everything. I stumbled and began to pitch and spin down the mountain slopes, crying out as I slammed into the tree trunks and rocks. I felt my ribs splinter and my vision went white as my head collided with a large root. I rolled off an overhang and free fell for 2 or 3 seconds before slamming into something below, causing whatever it was to scream out in surprise and anger. I swam in and out of consciousness as people crawled their way out of the tent I fell upon. Their voices sounded distant and echoed in the void I was quickly sinking into. I felt hands pat me down and assess my condition, and heard the distant beeping and worried voices of someone on the phone. The last thing I saw before blacking out were the trees on the ledge I had fallen from, looming above me like ancient giants. That was almost 3 months ago now. I spent a few days in a hospital outside of Jericho before being released with my injuries tended to. I immediately went to the Jericho Police Department and told them my story, in which I was reminded that it was strictly forbidden to have drugs of any kind on Cillian. I spent the next month trying to find someone, anyone who would believe me. I pushed my friends and family away with hysteria, and was put on leave at work until I could figure my crap out. The strangest thing, no one seemed to remember Ethan. Whenever I'd bring him up, I would just get weird looks, with people saying that I had done all my camping trips solo. Even Ethan's family looked extremely concerned as they hugged their daughter and only child, afraid of the man in their living room screaming about a son they never had. I felt like I was losing my mind, so I decided to return to Jericho and try to settle this once and for all. I walked the streets of the small mountain town, jumping at every noise and recoiling from anyone who walked too close. I took a swig from the bottle of Jameson I carried in a brown paper bag, the closest thing I had to a friend these days. I passed the hotel Ethan and I had stayed at, which of course didn't have him on record, and continued down Main Street toward the path that led to the mountain. I fidgeted with my hands, brushing my unkempt, unwashed hair in my face as I approached the trail, passing by a group of tourists who were listening to a trail guide. I froze. That voice. I slowly turned towards the group of middle-aged tourists, taking pictures and listening to the tour guide standing on a large log. The man wore the telltale brown and green khaki outfit of a forest guide, pointing toward a map and telling corny jokes to a group as he pushed the blonde hair out of his eyes. Ethan. I rushed towards the group, shoving tourists away from me as I pushed a path towards Ethan. "Hey!" I screamed, startling people around me. Ethan turned and locked eyes with me, the briefest flash of recognition in his eyes before he smiled. "Hello, sir. If you'd like to join the group, you can sign up in the hut over there." I tackled him, ripping him off the stump and slamming him into the ground. The crowd gasped as I slammed my fists into his face over and over again. "What are you? What did you do to my friend?" I roared, trying to pull his hands away from his face so I could get him again. I felt a pair of hands grab me from behind and pull me off of Ethan roughly, sending me sprawling onto the grass. 2 cops pounced on me, forcing my hands into a pair of cuffs. No, you don't understand," I screamed, struggling against their grip. Ethan rose to his feet and wiped his nose, smiling down at me. "Go easy on him, fellas," he said, flashing a warm smile to the cops. "No harm done, just needs to work out whatever he's on, I'm sure." I wrenched against the cops and tried to lunge at him, but they held me tight and began to drag me away. "No, you don't understand what you're doing," I cried, fighting against the men. I whipped back towards Ethan, who only smiled at me. I noticed his assistant was watching me too, with an awkward-looking smile that looks like she hadn't quite mastered it yet. "No, please," I yelled as I was thrown into the back of a cop car, hearing Ethan's voice carry over the lot as the door slammed close. "Sorry about that, folks. Some crazy people, huh? Anyway, let's get on with the hike, shall we? I have something very beautiful I'd love to show you all." Buckskin Gulch is a deep, winding gash carved into the desert rock along the border of Utah and Arizona, a slot canyon famous for tight passageways and unpredictable flash floods. As a search and rescue ranger working these canyons for the last decade, I've learned to respect its brutal simplicity. Get in, get people out, and get back safely. Nothing else matters. Until today, that formula had always worked. It was October 2023. Clear skies, cool temperatures, ideal conditions for hikers. A group of 4 experienced backpackers from Flagstaff went missing on a planned 2-day trek through the gulch. I'd read the report twice. Their emergency beacon activated briefly, sending a distress signal that lasted just 13 seconds. Then nothing. No indication of flash flooding, no unusual weather, just silence. Protocol dictated a solo drop-in for a visual assessment before committing a larger team. I volunteered, confident in my knowledge of the terrain. By the pre-dawn darkness, I rappelled alone down Wire Pass, the narrow chute of sandstone barely wide enough for my shoulders. Cold air pooled at the bottom, oddly stale and heavy. When my boots touched ground, the silence of the canyon pressed into my ears like cotton. My flashlight beam sliced across the sandstone walls as I moved forward, scanning for any sign of the missing hikers. At first, everything seemed routine. After nearly an hour, I spotted a jagged piece of nylon wedged into a narrow crack, the torn edge of a tent pole nearby. Equipment damage wasn't unusual in tight canyons, but my gut twisted slightly. This gear had been violently shredded, as though pulled apart rather than snagged. I continued deeper, reaching a section of the canyon where the walls squeezed inward, creating a claustrophobic passage. As I pressed through, my flashlight caught an irregular stain smeared across the sandstone floor. Dark crimson streaks trailed deeper into the canyon, unmistakably fresh. Blood. The coppery scent lingered in the air, sour and unmistakable. Instinctively, I reached for my radio and thumbed the button. "Base, this is Ranger Holt. I've got blood evidence roughly 1 mile in, no visual on missing party yet. We'll proceed cautiously. Please acknowledge." Static buzzed quietly back at me. No response. Typical. Signals rarely penetrated this deep. Alone was exactly what I was now. I advanced slowly, senses alert, heart quickening. Ahead, the blood trail became clearer. Drag marks, broad and deliberate, as though someone had been pulled bodily across the rocky floor. The narrow passageway twisted sharply ahead, creating blind corners. I stopped, forcing slow, measured breaths, listening carefully. That's when I heard it, a faint but distinct thudding from deeper in the canyon. Not rockfall, not distant thunder. Too rhythmic, too steady. Footfalls, heavy and purposeful, like bare feet slapping against sandstone. Every step echoed softly, reverberating gently off the canyon walls. They stopped abruptly whenever I halted, then resumed as soon as I moved again, always ahead, always just beyond sight. My hand instinctively moved toward the grip of my sidearm, fingers curling tightly around its handle. Something was down here with me, in this twisted maze of rock and shadow. My rational mind scrambled for answers. A lost hiker, delirious and stumbling. An injured animal, disoriented. But the cold, primitive fear rising inside me said otherwise. Something was deeply wrong about those footsteps. I pressed forward, deeper into the narrowing passage, following the blood trail and the steady rhythm of feet I could never quite see. Every nerve screamed at me to turn back, to retreat to daylight and fresh air, but I couldn't. Not yet. Lives depended on me finding answers. Ahead, the canyon tightened again, forcing me to angle my shoulders sideways and squeeze painfully between sandstone walls. My flashlight flickered briefly, then steadied, illuminating another piece of torn gear, a shredded backpack, emptied of its contents, cast aside like refuse. I paused, staring at the torn fabric, heart hammering. Whoever or whatever had done this was strong, powerful enough to tear through nylon and plastic like tissue paper. I glanced again at the blood trail, smears darkening into near blackness as the gulch grew dimmer around me. With dread crawling up my spine, I took another step forward, feeling the canyon walls close around me like a tomb. The deeper I pushed into the gulch, the tighter it squeezed around me. What little sunlight had made its way into this twisting slot canyon now faded entirely. My flashlight became a lifeline, slicing through the thickening darkness, but even its powerful beam couldn't reach far enough to offer comfort. I'd stopped hearing the footsteps, but that brought no relief. The silence felt worse. I strained to listen for any movement, any sign that might help me make sense of the growing dread. My heart was pounding, adrenaline keeping my senses sharp, hyper-aware of every scrape and scuffle of my boots against the canyon floor. Then, in the dim edge of my flashlight's reach, I saw something wedged against the sandstone wall. Moving closer, my breath caught as I recognized the remains of a sleeping bag, torn apart with unsettling force. Its synthetic fibers were shredded and clumped together, stained dark red where something or someone had rested. No footprints, no sign of struggle. Just more of those eerie drag marks that continued further into the canyon's twisting shadows. My mind raced through possible explanations, but none fit neatly into reality. Animals didn't drag people cleanly away without leaving claw marks. Flash floods left debris and mud. They didn't carefully scatter belongings like a morbid scavenger hunt. Every rational thought I had crumbled against the sight in front of me. I turned around abruptly, deciding I'd seen enough. I would call in backup, let a full team handle whatever was happening here. But as I backtracked through the narrow passage, I immediately felt disoriented. Junctions I'd never seen appeared around every turn, splits in the canyon walls that hadn't existed before. My sense of direction started unraveling rapidly, panic clawing at the edges of my thoughts. This was impossible. I'd trained extensively in these canyons. My instincts for navigation were solid. And yet, every turn I took seemed to shift and warp, funneling me deeper into unfamiliar territory. Each step felt heavier, each twist more alien than the last. My flashlight flickered suddenly and died, plunging me into absolute blackness. I fumbled quickly with trembling hands, pulling spare batteries from my vest pocket. After struggling in the dark, fingers trembling with urgency, I managed to snap them into place and switched the flashlight back on. The beam returned, but dimmer, fogged by something smeared across the lens, sticky and oily. It blurred the light into a hazy, sickly halo. Gritting my teeth, I continued forward. Ahead, scattered clothing appeared. Shirts, pants, jackets, all turned completely inside out and neatly placed in piles along the canyon floor. Boots sat lined up beside them, perfectly paired, empty and undamaged. It felt staged, purposeful, more chilling than if they'd been violently shredded. The scene made no sense, defied logic entirely, and deepened the sense of dread now coiled tightly around my chest. Then, further on, my light caught a smear on the sandstone wall at shoulder height. I stepped closer, shining the hazy beam directly onto the surface. It was a handprint, impossibly elongated and wide, each finger trailing downward as if whoever left it had slid slowly along the wall. It was deep red, fresh enough to glisten wetly in my weakened flashlight. I backed away quickly, heart racing wildly. My rational mind collapsed beneath the weight of fear, replaced by a primal need to escape. Panic surged as I desperately searched for a way out. A short distance ahead, the passage narrowed dramatically into a steep chimney chute, my only possible route upward. Without hesitation, I began to climb, fingers gripping sandstone edges, muscles straining to haul myself upward, driven purely by survival instinct. Halfway up the chimney, a sound broke the silence below, a deep, rasping intake of breath, long and ragged, unmistakably human but distorted somehow. It echoed upward, reverberating along the stone walls, freezing me in place. Cold sweat dripped down my spine, every muscle locked. Then came sudden, searing pain. My shoulder wrenched violently as I overextended, a sickening pop radiating through my bones. I bit down hard on my tongue to stifle a scream. My shoulder was dislocated, useless at my side. Gasping, I wedged myself awkwardly against the sandstone wall, and bracing for agony, slammed my shoulder into the rock. The pain exploded through me, vision momentarily whiting out.
but the joint slid mercifully back into place. Breathing shallow, vision swimming, I forced myself upward again. Below me the breathing continued, patient and waiting. With every ounce of remaining strength, I pulled myself higher, desperate for open air and escape from whatever nightmare lurked beneath. I dragged myself out of the chimney chute, collapsing onto the rocky ledge above. My injured shoulder burned with a deep, throbbing ache, every movement sending sharp jolts of pain through my entire body. Sweat dripped down my forehead, mingling with grit and blood, stinging my eyes as I struggled to steady my breathing. The twilight sky overhead was fading quickly into nightfall, painting the horizon in shades of deep violet and crimson. Despite the exhaustion that threatened to pin me down, I knew staying here meant death. Whatever was in that canyon could easily follow. It was only a matter of time before it caught up. Using my good arm, I crawled forward, moving inch by painful inch, until I reached an exposed shelf of rock that overlooked Wire Pass. My hands shook as I pulled the emergency flare from my pack, fumbling to activate it. With trembling fingers, I pointed the flare skyward and ignited it, sending a fiery red streak high into the darkening sky. The flare illuminated the canyon walls briefly, casting sharp shadows before fading away, leaving me alone again in the encroaching darkness. Time stretched painfully, each second passing like an eternity, until finally I heard voices echoing from above. My teammates had seen the flare. Shouts grew clearer as flashlights appeared along the canyon rim, beams slicing through the darkness toward me. Relief flooded through my veins, breaking the tension that had gripped my body. "Travis," someone yelled. "Hold tight, we're coming." Within moments they reached me, faces pale, eyes wide with shock at my battered state. Questions spilled rapidly from their mouths, but I silenced them quickly with a raised hand. "Don't go down there tonight," I warned, my voice raw and trembling. "You need to wait for daylight, full teams only." As they strapped me onto the litter and began carrying me up the rocky incline toward safety, I felt my heart rate finally start to ease. Still, my mind couldn't shake the images burned into memory. The crimson stains, the twisted gear, that impossible handprint. Something unknown and malevolent waited down there, deep in the gulch, and I feared it would always remain unexplained. Back at base camp, under bright fluorescent lights, they carefully examined my injuries. The medic cleaned and bandaged my wounds, tending to my shoulder and administering painkillers that dulled the throbbing ache to a muted pulse. Despite protests, I refused sedation until I could show them the footage from my body camera. I needed them to see, to believe, so they wouldn't dismiss my story as delirium or panic. We gathered around the small screen in tense silence, the footage playing clearly at first. My descent, the shredded equipment, the blood trails, even faint glimpses of movement just beyond the edge of my flashlight. My stomach clenched when the recording reached the final minute. Static erupted, blotting out the picture for a brief moment. And when clarity returned, the canyon was silent and still. Then abruptly, a scream tore from the audio, desperate, human, filled with raw terror. The recording cut off sharply, plunging us all into stunned silence. That scream wasn't mine. At sunrise the next morning, drones buzzed over Buckskin Gulch, cameras scanning every shadowy crevice and dark alcove. The search teams found no bodies, no survivors, only the shredded gear and crimson stains I'd seen with my own eyes. The drag marks ended inexplicably against smooth rock walls, offering no answers, only deepening the mystery. Days turned into weeks without resolution. Official reports marked the hikers as missing, presumed dead, with no explanation offered. When I finally submitted my resignation 6 weeks later, citing lingering trauma, no one questioned it. My fellow rangers had watched that footage with me, seen the unexplained horror firsthand. They knew why I couldn't return. I left Buckskin Gulch behind, but I knew the truth would stay with me forever, etched into my mind like the scars on my shoulder. Whatever had taken those hikers was still down there, hidden within the twisting shadows, quietly waiting for the next group to descend into its grasp. I've worked the backcountry of Bridger-Teton National Forest for nearly 12 years, and thought I'd seen just about everything the Wyoming wilderness had to offer. Bear maulings, lost hikers, flash floods. I'd been there, dealt with it, and moved on. So when I got the call about the elk carcasses up in the Gros Ventre Range, I expected wolves, maybe even poachers. What I didn't expect was something I couldn't easily explain. It was late October, cold already settling into the valleys, and I was helicoptered in to investigate reports that had shaken up even the most seasoned hunters. Elk had been found dead, not just killed, but arranged in patterns, deliberately posed. It wasn't predation, it wasn't human, at least not normal human activity. It was something else entirely. The chopper set me down near a high-altitude meadow around mid-morning, the air brittle enough to catch in my throat. Snow dusted the ground, melting in thin patches beneath the sun's pale rays. I watched the helicopter shrink against the sky, the rhythmic beat of its rotors fading, leaving me alone in a vast stretch of rugged terrain. My gear was simple, a week's worth of supplies, my rifle, and enough determination to figure out exactly what had hunters spooked enough to call off their trips mid-season. I moved cautiously through the timberline, eyes scanning for signs of wildlife or disturbance. After hours of silent hiking, I reached the first reported location. The sight stopped me cold. It wasn't the smell of death. I'd gotten used to that years ago. It was the arrangement itself. 5 adult elk, placed in a near-perfect circle, legs extended outward, heads twisted around so that their antlers formed a crude, interlocking pattern. Their chests were neatly split, ribs pried open. Even more unnerving were the entrails, which had been removed and placed neatly around the circle in concentric rings, forming a grotesque halo. This wasn't random. It was precise, intentional, and deeply unsettling. I stepped closer, trying to make sense of it. Wolf kills were messy, chaotic. Bears didn't bother organizing their prey. Human poachers took antlers or meat and left the rest scattered. But this was methodical and left no tracks. No footprints, no drag marks. Nothing to show how these massive animals had been moved or manipulated. I documented the site carefully, photographing and taking notes for my report. Something primal tightened in my chest, and I knew instinctively that whatever had done this was still close. The forest around me grew oppressive, each rustle of leaves sending adrenaline coursing through my veins. I glanced at the map, confirming that my next destination was the ravine. Locals called it Deadman's Notch, a name whispered rather than spoken, and usually avoided. Old-timers had stories, vague warnings about something that lived deep inside it. But I didn't have the luxury of superstition. My job was evidence and explanation, not stories. As I climbed higher toward the ravine, daylight thinned, shadows deepening around me. A strange noise broke the stillness, echoing from the distance. A scream, but distorted, unnatural. It was animalistic, yet disturbingly close to human. It rang out twice, identically each time, like a perfect mimicry. I paused, rifle instinctively at the ready, my breathing shallow. Silence returned, heavy and absolute. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the chill that ran down my spine. Rational explanations fought for dominance. Mountain lion, injured elk, trick of the wind through the gorge, but my gut told me otherwise. By the time I set up camp near the edge of Deadman's Notch, darkness had settled thickly around me. I made a quick meal, careful not to leave scraps to attract wildlife, and climbed into my tent. Despite exhaustion from the hike, sleep wouldn't come. Every subtle noise from outside became louder, magnified. I lay awake, ears strained, pulse quickening at the smallest sounds. Hours dragged by before exhaustion finally took hold. But just as I drifted off, something brushed across the top of my tent, heavy enough to sag the fabric. My heart slammed against my ribs. I grabbed my rifle and threw myself outside, flashlight piercing the darkness. Nothing. No movement. No tracks. Only my own shallow breathing disturbed the air. My gaze traveled slowly around the perimeter of camp. Something was off. My boots were missing from beside the tent. I spent several frantic minutes searching, panic rising, before spotting them nearly 40 yards away, tucked into the fork of a tree. When I reached them, my stomach twisted. Each boot was filled to the brim with cold, dense mud, packed firmly as if by strong, meticulous hands. I stood there frozen, a wave of realization washing over me. I wasn't alone out here, and whatever was out there had made it clear. It knew exactly where I was, and exactly how vulnerable I had become. I spent the next hour sitting by the dying fire, my mind racing. I couldn't find an explanation that made sense. An animal wouldn't move my boots, let alone fill them with mud and place them neatly in a tree. And a human. I didn't even want to consider that possibility, but who else was there? Sleep was impossible now. The tension coiled too tightly within me. I decided to use the remainder of the night productively, checking gear, repacking supplies, and trying to stay focused. As dawn broke, cold gray light filtered through the trees. I quickly dismantled camp, eager to move and regain some feeling of control. By mid-morning, I descended carefully into Dead Man's Notch. The ravine was deeper than I'd anticipated, jagged cliffs rising steeply on either side, funneling shadows along the narrow floor. Moss-covered rocks slick with frost made footing dangerous, and every step echoed with unsettling clarity. Halfway down, something caught my eye on a shelf of rock partially hidden beneath an overhang. My breath stalled in my chest. There, tucked beneath a canopy of branches and elk hide stretched tight across a crude framework of saplings, stood a rough shelter. It blended eerily with its surroundings, camouflaged by weather and shadow. I approached cautiously, rifle held tightly in one hand. As I drew nearer, the details sharpened into grim reality. Bones littered the area, stacked loosely in piles. Each one was cracked open, emptied of marrow, some with flesh still clinging to the joints. The scent of decay hung thick in the chilled air, sharp enough to sting my nose. I knelt, studying the bones. They weren't cut with knives or saws. They had been broken by blunt force, methodically and with precision. My heart thumped painfully as I noticed several strips of tattered fabric mixed into the bedding inside the shelter. The torn edges suggested outdoor gear, faded camouflage cloth from jackets, fragments of wool and nylon. A shiver crawled up my spine as I realized these could be remnants of hunters' clothing, gear belonging to people who had disappeared or fled, leaving behind only fragments to indicate they'd ever been there. Panic crept closer, twisting coldly within me. I rose quickly, backing away, eyes darting around the ravine walls. That's when I saw it. A sudden flicker of movement at the corner of my vision, high above on the opposite side of the gorge. I spun around, raising my rifle instinctively. Nothing there. Just trees, rocks, shadows. My pulse drummed hard in my temples, each heartbeat echoing inside my head. The silence was oppressive, closing around me like an unseen hand, pressing down until breathing felt difficult. I forced myself to move again, desperate to get away from that awful shelter and whatever had built it. My sense of direction blurred, anxiety gnawed at the edge of reason, yet I knew I couldn't panic now. The climb out was steep, dangerous even without my nerves fraying. As daylight faded rapidly, my campsite from the night before felt impossibly distant. The sky darkened to a dull, bruised purple, shadows stretching deep and long between the trees. Each crackling twig, each rustling branch became magnified, sharpening my paranoia. But there was nothing visible, just an endless void of quiet menace. I finally reached my camp as darkness fully took hold. I rebuilt the fire quickly, gathering wood and stoking flames high enough to push back the suffocating blackness. My eyes searched the tree line obsessively, hyper-aware of every shifting shadow. Late into the night, as exhaustion battled anxiety, I drifted in and out of uneasy sleep. Around midnight, something stirred me awake, a faint sound that broke the monotonous crackling of the fire. My body went rigid as I listened. Slowly, painfully slowly, the sound clarified into something distinct. Slow, rhythmic breathing, not my own. It seemed to come from just outside the glow of the firelight. Hands trembling, I reached silently for my rifle. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the biting cold. I stared into the darkness, eyes wide, straining for a glimpse of movement. But nothing revealed itself. Minutes stretched endlessly, my breathing shallow, every nerve ending on fire. Then, without warning, the breathing stopped abruptly. Silence returned, heavier than before. Somehow that was worse. I waited until dawn broke again, eyes gritty and burning from lack of rest. As pale sunlight finally washed across the trees, my gaze fixed numbly on the ground just outside my tent flap. 2 bare footprints marked the frost-covered soil, clear and human-like, but something about their shape felt subtly wrong, elongated, distorted, as if made by something only pretending to be human. The realization sank deep into my bones, settling cold and unshakable. Whatever was stalking me through Dead Man's Notch, it wasn't merely hunting, it was studying me. By morning, I was barely holding it together. My body felt worn thin from sleeplessness, fear, and exhaustion. Every rational explanation I'd clung to had slowly unraveled over the past 2 nights, leaving behind only dread. Whatever was out here with me had no fear of being discovered. It was stalking me, mimicking my movements, learning my habits, and worst of all, letting me know it could reach me whenever it chose. I knew I had to get out. Returning to my original drop-off point would take most of the day, but remaining in this place was no longer an option. I quickly packed what essentials I still had, abandoning everything non-essential to lighten my load. As I walked, my eyes darted across the landscape, pulse quickening with every shifting shadow. I'd hiked for hours when I finally reached a rocky overlook above the gorge, pausing briefly to orient myself. My nerves buzzed with an uneasy awareness, as if being watched by something I couldn't yet see. I glanced up from my map and froze. Across the ravine, about 300 yards away, a figure crouched on a rocky ledge, staring directly at me. Through my binoculars, the breath caught painfully in my throat. It wore my ranger jacket, identical in color and style, complete with the familiar patches on its sleeves. The same boots, stance, and even the same posture mirrored my own. My hands shook as I raised the binoculars higher, desperate to identify who or what was watching me. My stomach turned as I brought the figure's face into focus. It was me. My face, my short hair, the faint scar on my cheek, all of it was there. Yet something was horribly off. The eyes sat too far apart, cold and vacant. The mouth hung slightly open, lips slack, like an imitation missing critical details. Its head cocked slowly to one side, mimicking my exact posture as I shifted my weight. I lifted my rifle, pulse pounding, trying to steady my shaking hands. I aimed just above its head, hoping a warning shot would send whatever it was fleeing. The sharp crack of the gun echoed across the gorge, but the thing never flinched. It remained motionless, its eyes fixed unblinkingly on me. A cold, sharp wave of terror flooded me as I watched the figure drop silently onto all fours and scurry impossibly fast back into the shadows of the rocks, its limbs moving in jerky, unnatural motions. I didn't wait. Instinct overtook reason, and I turned and ran, lungs burning, branches slapping my face. Every snapping twig and rustling bush behind me pushed adrenaline through my veins, urging me faster. The creature stayed parallel, tracking me through the trees, its distorted shape glimpsed briefly in flashes between branches, pacing me effortlessly. I skidded downhill toward the river, legs shaking from the brutal pace. At one point, I risked a glance over my shoulder. My stomach churned when I spotted the thing again, closer now, its mouth wide open, like it was screaming, but no sound escaped. I stumbled and nearly fell, but forced myself upright and kept moving. The river appeared ahead, wide and churning, a ribbon of salvation cutting through the forest. Without hesitation, I plunged into the icy water. Cold seized my chest, numbing instantly. The current yanked me downstream, pulling me beneath the surface. My lungs screamed for air as I fought to stay afloat, driven by desperation more powerful than exhaustion. Minutes stretched into eternity, the rushing water sweeping me along until finally, gasping and coughing, I dragged myself onto the muddy shore downstream, limbs trembling uncontrollably. Night fell swiftly, wrapping the wilderness in oppressive darkness. But I kept moving along the riverbank, driven by the singular urge to survive. Every rustle, every cracking branch set my heart racing again, but nothing emerged from the darkness. Eventually, my battered body collapsed on the rocky shoreline, utterly spent. By sunrise, a Wyoming Fish and Game Patrol boat found me shivering violently, scratched, bruised, and barefoot. They brought me in, silent and staring vacantly into the distance, struggling to articulate what I had witnessed. Back at headquarters, the dashcam footage from my patrol truck had been erased entirely, leaving only static behind. Without video proof, all I had were my notes, sketches, and the unsettling memories seared into my mind. I wrote a brief, guarded report, carefully avoiding speculation. Officially, it was logged as an unidentified threat, but privately among rangers, I warned them to avoid Dead Man's Notch at all costs. I've since refused to patrol alone. Bridger Teton quietly restricted access to the gorge, citing environmental recovery. But late at night, lying awake, my thoughts returned there again and again. I know now with bitter certainty that what crawled out of that ravine remains hidden, waiting patiently for the next person brave or foolish enough to wander into its territory. Palo Duro Canyon was never forgiving. In July, under a sun that blistered the red rock and cracked the dry earth, it became downright hostile. The heat clawed at your throat, stole moisture from your eyes, and turned the most seasoned hikers into stumbling, mumbling shells of themselves. Most visitors underestimated it, arriving with flimsy water bottles and cheap sandals. They came here looking for postcard-perfect views, only to leave humbled, if they left at all. I knew the canyon well. I'd been a Texas State Park ranger here nearly 10 years, a lifetime after serving as an Army medic. I'd patched up snake bites, twisted ankles, heat stroke victims. After a while, you thought you'd seen it all. But the truth is, the canyon was always waiting with something new, something worse. That summer, July brought more than record-breaking heat. It brought disappearances, 3 campsites abandoned within 2 weeks, campers gone without a trace. No signs of struggle, no scattered gear, just silence. A cold sense of unease had crept through the ranger team, though nobody spoke openly about it. Maybe because we all remembered the whispered local legends. When storms came in summer, shadows moved along the canyon walls, shadows tall and unnatural. I tried not to dwell on ghost stories. Rangers didn't indulge superstition. But there was something about this July I couldn't shake. It was a Tuesday when the call came in. 2 hikers, a brother and sister from Lubbock, were overdue by 2 days from their planned hike along the Rock Garden Trail. A volunteer spotted their old Subaru parked at the trailhead, untouched. The visitor center raised an alert, and I headed out at dawn to investigate before the sun became unbearable. My patrol mule, Rosie, knew the trails as well as I did. She plodded patiently as we climbed higher into the canyon, navigating narrow paths and rocky slopes. By mid-morning, the air was shimmering with heat, and the sun beat down like a hammer. When we reached the campsite, my stomach tightened. 2 tents stood intact, sleeping bags laid open as if the occupants had just stepped outside. A loaf of bread sat half-eaten on a cooler, already swarming with ants. Water bottles, maps, guidebooks, everything was still here. Nobody packs for a hike and leaves all their gear behind. I radioed headquarters, but the line was static. The canyon's sheer walls often killed reception. Sighing, I climbed higher to find a signal, glancing at the towering cliffs around me. My breath caught. Halfway up a sandstone face was something dark, something unnatural. Carefully picking my way through loose rock, I moved closer, squinting in disbelief at what I found. 3 deep gouges, each 6 feet long, and spaced evenly apart, carved neatly into the rock. They looked fresh, the edges sharp. Too precise to be animal claws, too powerful for a human prank. An uncomfortable shiver ran down my back despite the heat. Instinct made me glance quickly over my shoulder at the empty canyon behind me. I took a shaky breath, feeling very exposed on the narrow ledge. Whatever did this had strength and reach. On the way back to the campsite, Rosie froze, ears flattened. She pawed nervously at the ground, refusing to continue toward the dry wash we'd crossed earlier. A foul scent drifted on the breeze, something dead and ripe baking in the sun. Animals died here all the time, but Rosie had never reacted this badly. She was usually steady, unflappable. I trusted her instincts. We circled around, choosing another route back, eventually settling into a different clearing for the night. The sun sank behind the canyon walls, plunging us into an oppressive darkness. No moon tonight, only thick, choking shadows that seemed to press inward. I ate a cold dinner and bedded down under the stars, unable to shake the feeling of eyes watching me from the blackness beyond the firelight. Sleep refused to come. I lay awake, listening to the silence of the canyon. Sometime after midnight, Rosie's terrified braying jolted me from my thoughts. Scrambling up, flashlight in hand, I sprinted toward the sound. Rosie was thrashing violently at her tether, her cries abruptly silenced by a sickening crunch. The beam of my flashlight found her immediately. She lay crumpled, throat savagely ripped open, eyes wide and glassy. Her legs were bent grotesquely beneath her, as if something had snapped them with brutal force. Bile rose in my throat. My flashlight trembled in my grip as I searched frantically around me. There were deep indentations in the ground, too long, too widely spaced for human feet. Something large and heavy had moved quickly here, silently approaching the camp, killing Rosie before retreating into the darkness. I stood frozen, my heartbeat roaring in my ears, realizing for the first time in my career that I wasn't alone in the canyon. Something else was out here, something violent, powerful, and utterly unknown. And whatever it wasn't finished yet. I sat in the cramped ranger station, staring at my shaking hands. My supervisor, Mark, paced slowly in front of me. The room smelled of stale coffee and sun-warmed maps. I'd spent all morning filling out paperwork about Rosie's death. Mark had insisted I take some personal days, but that felt impossible. I couldn't just go home and pretend the canyon hadn't changed overnight. Instead, I found myself buried in old incident logs, searching through yellowed pages that smelled of dust and mildew. Maybe it was just denial, or maybe I was desperate for something, anything, to explain what had happened out there. Either way, I was convinced I wasn't the first person in Palo Duro Canyon to see something they couldn't explain. I found scattered notes buried deep in the archives. Entries from the 80s described campers vanishing during heat waves, their gear left untouched. A ranger named Roy Mendoza had written about strange marks along the rim, dated July 1999. Then there was a vague reference to something the older locals called La Sombra del Cañón, the shadow of the canyon. The notes were frustratingly brief, but the common thread was clear. Campers disappearing without reason, strange markings on canyon walls, sightings no one could prove. That evening, as the sun sank low over the horizon, painting the sky deep shades of orange and violet, I found myself packing. Not the gear I'd usually take on routine patrol, but heavier equipment. My service pistol, a flare gun, an emergency beacon, and night vision goggles I'd borrowed from the station's supply closet. I didn't check out the gear properly. I didn't want anyone asking questions. Rangers didn't go hunting folklore. They'd say the heat was getting to my head. But something was out there, and I couldn't shake the image of Rosie's broken body, the gouges carved into the stone, or the feeling of something close by, just beyond the reach of my flashlight. I headed out on foot this time, moving slowly toward Capitol Peak, avoiding trails where hikers or fellow rangers might spot me. The sky darkened fast, clouds swirling overhead, promising a storm that wouldn't bring rain, only heat lightning crackling silently. The hot air clung to my skin like a fever. After a grueling climb, I reached a shallow cave I knew from patrols. Settling into the narrow alcove, I waited, night vision goggles heavy on my head, sweat stinging my eyes. Hours ticked by in silence. The storm finally gathered overhead around 2 in the morning, lighting the canyon in eerie greenish bursts. During a particularly intense flash, something moved across my vision. I froze, heart suddenly pounding in my ears. Adjusting the goggles, I scanned the opposite ridge. Another flash lit up the night, and there, silhouetted against the sky, stood a shape. My pulse quickened and my breath caught painfully in my throat. It was tall, easily 7 feet, with limbs unnaturally long, almost skeletal. The storm flickered again, and for a moment I caught a glimpse of its skin, pale and stretched tight across its frame, face hidden in shadow. I fought down panic, my breath shallow, each inhale barely filling my lungs. Whatever this was, it wasn't human or animal, not any species native to the canyon. It lingered, unmoving, like it was waiting, watching. Then darkness fell again. My heart hammered as I blinked sweat from my eyes, frantically adjusting the goggles. When lightning illuminated the ridge once more, the figure had vanished. My hands shook as I forced myself to breathe steadily, counting seconds between lightning flashes. Nothing moved. Only silence filled the gap. At sunrise, exhausted and tense, I left the cave and cautiously made my way down toward the dry wash below Capitol Peak. As I moved, I noticed something dark trailing along the canyon floor, streaks of dried blood. The trail was easy to follow, winding through the wash and ending abruptly at a narrow rock chute. The opening was tight, barely wide enough to squeeze through, but I pushed inside anyway, skin scraping against the rough stone walls. Wedged inside, I found an abandoned backpack, the missing hiker's pack from Lubbock. My throat tightened. Carefully, I opened it, finding sealed granola bars, sunscreen, an unopened water bottle, and a guidebook. No wallet, no keys. Beside it lay something else, bones, broken and scattered, unmistakably human. I stumbled backwards, stomach churning, fighting the urge to be sick. I grabbed my radio and called in, desperation coloring my voice. "Headquarters, this is Ranger Luis. Do you copy?" Static hissed back, empty and lifeless. "Headquarters," my voice broke. I tried again, voice thick with dread, only more static. I was completely alone, trapped in the heat-ravaged canyon, aware now that the missing campers hadn't simply wandered off. They'd been taken, killed. And whatever had killed them was still out here, waiting for nightfall. Night came swiftly, and the darkness fell like a heavy curtain over the canyon. I sat alone near the mouth of Sunday Creek, feeling vulnerable beneath a thick blanket of clouds. Thunder rumbled in the distance, angry growls promising a storm, but no rain fell. Instead, flashes of dry lightning illuminated the canyon walls in brief, disorienting bursts of white-hot light. Each flash left bright afterimages dancing behind my eyelids, twisting my vision into confusion. I had stopped trying the radio hours ago. It yielded nothing but meaningless static. My leg ached from a scrape I'd picked up crawling through that narrow chute. Sweat stung the cut, and every move sent fiery jolts up my thigh. Still, I knew staying still meant dying. I kept low, flashlight gripped tightly, moving cautiously through the loose gravel in the dry wash. My heartbeat felt loud enough to echo off the walls, and I forced my breath shallow and controlled, fighting to steady my shaking hands. Nothing stirred around me, no insects, no breeze, only the oppressive silence between claps of thunder. Then came a sound so quiet it barely registered, a subtle shift of gravel just behind me. I spun around, raising the flashlight, but the weak beam found nothing except empty space and dust particles floating in the air. My pulse hammered at my temples. Another flash of lightning split the sky, and the canyon lit up in stark detail. Ahead of me, crouched low behind a cluster of mesquite shrubs, was a shape. Too thin, too tall, limbs folded unnaturally. My stomach lurched. In the brief instant of illumination, its pale skin seemed almost reflective, drawn tight over bony joints. One arm rose slowly, impossibly long fingers reaching out toward me. The canyon plunged back into darkness. I stumbled backward, nearly dropping the flashlight. Terror surged through me, primal and urgent. I turned, breaking into a full sprint down the wash. Gravel slid beneath my boots, threatening to send me sprawling, but sheer panic drove me forward. The thing pursued, silent, swift, disturbingly agile, gaining ground with each passing second. I felt the air rush past as it lunged for me, missing by inches. I spun and fired my flare gun wildly, and the bright red glare cast shadows dancing crazily off canyon walls. In that horrifying glow, I caught a brief glimpse of it again, now even closer. Head cocked at an unnatural angle, empty eye sockets blacker than the canyon around us. The flare fizzled out, darkness closing back around me like a tomb. I ran blindly, lungs screaming for air, my injured leg throbbing in agony. Behind me, gravel shifted again, faster, heavier. It was coming. My mind screamed at me to move faster, to run until my legs gave out. Then, without warning, a bolt of lightning slammed into a cedar tree only yards away, shattering it into splinters of smoking wood and flame. Heat and light exploded, momentarily blinding me. I fell hard onto the jagged earth, hands scraped raw. When I raised my head, blinking rapidly to clear my vision, the burning tree cast an eerie glow across the wash. I saw clearly the thing behind me, frozen mid-step, recoiling from the brightness. Its elongated arms shielded its featureless face. For the first time, it hesitated. I didn't wait. Pain forgotten, I scrambled to my feet and bolted, lungs burning as though filled with fire. The canyon blurred past me, rocks and brush scraping at my skin, but adrenaline carried me forward. Behind me, the distant sound of movement faded. When dawn finally broke, pale and weak, I reached the ranger station doors, collapsing onto the dusty floor, gasping for air. Blood trickled from the reopened gash on my leg, mingling with dirt and sweat. Someone shouted for help, but the voices sounded distant, unreal. By afternoon, the park accepted my resignation without argument, my silence taken as shock or trauma. Within days, a quiet announcement went out. Backcountry camping was suspended due to fire risks and trail erosion. But those of us who knew Palo Duro Canyon understood the truth, even if none of us dared speak it aloud. I moved away to Amarillo and left the canyon behind. But some nights, especially when the heat rises and dry lightning flickers in the distance, I dream vividly of shadows moving silently along sandstone walls. Shadows that never fully reveal themselves, but whose presence lingers unmistakably in my memory. This morning wasn't much different, at least not at first. Dispatch called me at sunrise about an overdue backcountry permit near Bone Valley. Two hikers, a husband and wife from Louisville, had parked their Honda CR-V at the Noland Creek trailhead. 6 days later, no return tags, no check-in, no contact. Normally, folks either come wandering out sheepishly with an apology, or they get themselves in trouble, twisted ankles, dehydration, hypothermia. But something felt off about this one from the start. Bone Valley is isolated, hard to reach. If you pick that spot, you know what you're doing, or at least you think you do. I left my itinerary with dispatch, grabbed my gear, and headed out. The trail up from Noland Creek was overgrown, thick branches and laurel snagging at my pack and uniform sleeves. Nobody had cleared this route in months, maybe longer. By noon, the climb had me sweating through my shirt, breathing heavy. It was slow going. Every mile or so, I caught signs someone had passed recently. Small boot prints pressed into muddy soil, snapped twigs dangling freshly from trees. Near one stream, I spotted a melted lump of trail mix, the chocolate gone sticky and embedded with pine needles. They'd come this way, at least. By early evening, I reached the clearing marked on their permit application. At first glance, it was clear something had happened. The tent was half collapsed, the nylon torn along one side, shredded in jagged strips. The ground was littered with debris, cookware, clothes, a paperback novel left to swell and wrinkle in the rain. One sleeping bag remained rolled out, untouched. The other was gone entirely. I checked the area carefully, scanning the dirt and plants for blood or signs of a struggle. Nothing. But along a nearby tulip poplar tree, I saw deep gouges in the bark. Bear? Maybe, but the marks didn't match anything I'd seen before. They were wide set and alarmingly deep. The hair on my neck prickled as I ran a finger over the splintered grooves. Behind the clearing, the brush had been pushed aside, creating a narrow corridor through dense thickets. I ducked low, peering into the shadowed path. Something big had come and gone through here, repeatedly. I debated following it, but the sun was already slipping toward the ridge, and daylight had a way of fading quickly in these valleys. Staying out here alone after dark wasn't on my list. I took detailed notes, logged coordinates, and then turned to head back. The sky was already a dim violet. As I hiked down the trail, shadows lengthened and shifted. The forest had that heavy, silent feel it gets at twilight, like the trees themselves are holding their breath. Every few minutes, I paused to look behind me, scanning the dim woods. It was then, maybe a half-mile from the campsite, that I first noticed it. Standing perfectly still, about 20 yards off the trail, was a figure. Tall, dark, unmoving. I froze, hand inching instinctively toward my sidearm. I blinked once, twice, hard. Then I raised my flashlight, heart hammering as the beam swung up. But the figure was gone. The light illuminated only stone and moss, twisted tree limbs and dense brush. I stared for a moment, trying to shake the feeling crawling down my spine. Just a trick of the fading light, I told myself, nothing more. I resumed walking, quicker now, but the next time I glanced back it was there again. Exactly the same shape, the same spot, perfectly motionless. This time, I whipped the flashlight beam across the space, hard in my throat, and again, nothing but stone, moss, and trees. The hike back was the longest I'd ever made. By the time I reached my truck at the Nolan Creek trailhead, it was fully dark, and the figure, or whatever I'd seen, never appeared again. Still, when I climbed into the cab, locked the doors, and radioed dispatch, my voice was steadier than my hands. The drive back to my outpost cabin near Fontana took nearly an hour, the headlights barely piercing the dense darkness. I spent every minute trying to convince myself I'd seen nothing back there on the trail. Just my imagination playing tricks after a long day. The alternative was something I wasn't ready to consider. By the time I reached the cabin, the radio crackled as dispatch confirmed my report. They said they'd send a search and rescue team to meet me at first light. That should have eased my mind. It didn't. Inside, I locked the door behind me, double-checking the latch. It was a small outpost. One room, wood-paneled, with a desk, a cot, and a modest kitchen area. Sparse, but it always felt secure. A tiny sanctuary buried deep in the mountains. Tonight, though, it felt exposed. I spread a map of the park on the desk, tracing routes with my finger. Outside, the woods stood silent. The usual nighttime sounds, crickets, distant owls, were absent. There was only a heavy silence pressing in from every direction. Around midnight, as fatigue finally began to settle in, I heard footsteps. They sounded like bare feet, quick and light, circling the cabin. I straightened instantly, pulse jumping. A bear, I thought, or maybe a coyote. But as I listened, my heart sank. The rhythm wasn't animal, it was paced, purposeful. I moved quietly to the window, peering cautiously through a crack in the blinds. I saw nothing but shadows. The urge to fling the door open was overwhelming, but my training screamed at me to stay put. Bolted doors were better than an open forest. 10 minutes later, the power flickered and died. I sat frozen at the desk, the room swallowed by darkness. Reaching blindly into a drawer, I pulled out the emergency radio and flicked the switch. Static buzzed softly, then cut out. Dead. That shouldn't happen. These radios always worked. From above, a sharp creak echoed through the ceiling. Something was on the roof. My pulse thudded in my ears. The footsteps overhead moved slowly from one side to the other, pausing, then shifting again. Whatever was up there had weight. It sounded heavy, solid. My instinct screamed at me to stay inside, to wait it out. Then, just as suddenly as they started, the footsteps stopped. I waited, breath shallow, ears straining. Seconds stretched into minutes. Just as I began to believe it had moved on, A voice erupted from the trees, clear and sharp as a rifle crack. "Eric!" My blood turned cold. The voice wasn't from dispatch, wasn't from another ranger. I knew exactly who it sounded like. My brother Josh. He'd died 10 years ago on a rescue gone wrong in Shenandoah. Fell into a ravine during a midnight search. His voice had been silent for a decade. And yet, here in the middle of the Smokies, I heard it unmistakably. "Eric, come out here!" Every fiber of my being wanted to shout back, but I knew better. I forced myself to stay still, heart hammering so loudly it felt like it echoed off the walls. Whatever was out there was trying to draw me into the dark, and I wasn't taking the bait. The voice grew distant, gradually fading into nothing. Still, I didn't move, didn't sleep. I just sat rigid at the desk, listening until dawn crept over the ridgeline, spilling soft, gray light through the blinds. When the search and rescue team arrived at sunrise, radios crackling and voices calm, I unlocked the cabin door and stepped into the cool morning air, my face a mask of calm I didn't feel. As we loaded our gear and started toward Bone Valley, I made myself a promise. This would be the last backcountry patrol I'd ever do alone. The morning sunlight was sharp but did nothing to chase away the chill from the night before. As the search and rescue team gathered at the trailhead, I kept quiet about the voice I'd heard. There was no point spooking them before we even started. 4 seasoned rescuers and a cadaver dog, a Belgian Malinois named Riggs, set out with me up the winding trail. Riggs moved confidently ahead, nose to the ground. When we reached the campsite, it looked exactly as I'd left it. The torn tent, the unsettling claw marks. One of the rescuers muttered, "Never seen marks like that." Riggs stiffened suddenly, his eyes fixed on the dense laurel beyond the campsite. His handler gave a sharp nod, and Riggs darted into the brush, the team moving quickly to follow. We pushed into the tangled undergrowth, following the dog's progress along the narrow corridor of disturbed earth I'd seen yesterday. The path twisted through the thickets and ended abruptly at the base of a steep, rocky bluff. Riggs stopped, body low, nose trained at a shadowed spot below a moss-covered ledge. I stepped forward, chest tightening. Behind a curtain of tangled vines, a small cave mouth yawned open, black and damp. We ducked carefully inside, flashlights illuminating walls lined with bones. Animal bones, gnawed and cracked. Near the back of the shallow cave, someone had arranged a small living area. Torn clothing, dirty blankets, and bits of camping gear were strewn across the uneven floor. "Got something," one of the rescuers called quietly. He held up a weathered backpack, its fabric crusted with dirt. Carefully, he unzipped it, pulling out a worn wallet and a crumbling permit tag. My breath caught when he passed the permit to me. The date stamped on it read clearly, May 14th, 1998. We'd found gear belonging to Michael Ferris, a backpacker who had disappeared more than 2 decades ago on this very trail. The realization that someone, somehow, had remained hidden here all that time made my skin crawl. Riggs pawed at something else. His handler crouched beside him, retrieving a ripped boot from beneath a pile of animal remains. It matched the size and style of footwear described in the missing couple's report. There were no bodies, just signs that something had claimed this place for years. By midday, we radioed for forensic support. The team documented everything, packing it for the lab. Eventually, we left the cave behind, but I knew its image would be burned into my mind forever. Back at the station that evening, after hours of interviews and uneasy glances, I submitted my request for immediate transfer to a front desk role. There was no hesitation. I'd done my time. I was done with the backcountry, done with those quiet trails and lonely nights. In the weeks that followed, the story spread in hushed tones among park employees, but no arrests were ever made. The investigation stalled, unable to offer closure beyond what we'd found. But the truth was clear enough to me, obvious in every shadowy corner of the Smokies. Someone had survived out there for decades, hidden from sight. Someone who knew these mountains better than anyone. Someone who, I was certain, still watched silently from the woods, waiting patiently for the next hiker foolish enough to wander too deep. Red River Gorge was always our family's favorite escape. Growing up in Lexington, Caleb and I spent countless weekends camping there, racing down muddy trails, and trying our luck fishing the twisting creeks. But it had been years since either of us made time for an extended trip. Work, life, and everything else had gotten in the way. This time was different, though. We needed it, especially Caleb. His breakup had been rough, and I figured a weekend fishing deep in the quiet of Clifty Wilderness would clear both our minds. I'd found an old Forest Service map with a promising isolated fishing spot marked on Swift Camp Creek. It wasn't near any official trails, but that was part of the appeal. We set out early from Coomer Ridge Trailhead. The air was damp, still cool from morning fog. Caleb was in good spirits for the first time in weeks, cracking jokes and recounting stories from our childhood as we walked deeper into the forest. Familiar landmarks disappeared behind us as we veered off the main trail, pushing through dense brush and across narrow deer paths. After a few hours, the map indicated we were close, the faint roar of distant water confirming our approach. Then we saw it, a large fallen log spanning a narrow ravine about 20 feet across. The ravine walls were steep, the bottom tangled with thick brush and dead branches. The log looked old but sturdy, wedged neatly between the banks as though carefully positioned there. Caleb didn't hesitate. He swung his backpack onto his shoulders and walked right across, arms slightly outstretched for balance. I paused, eyeing the drop below, then followed carefully, keeping my gaze locked firmly ahead. Halfway across, I felt Caleb stop abruptly in front of me. I glanced up, nearly stumbling into him. He was frozen, staring down into the ravine. "What?" I whispered sharply, pulse quickening as I adjusted my balance. Caleb didn't answer immediately. His eyes were wide, locked on something below. Finally, without moving, he said quietly, "Did you see that?" I followed his gaze but saw nothing, just shadows tangled among dense bushes and branches. "See what?" "A man," Caleb muttered, his voice unsteady. "Barefoot. He was down there, staring right up at us." My heart sped up, the thought unsettling. "Where?" He pointed toward a dense patch directly below the midpoint of the log. My eyes scanned again, adjusting to the shadows. The forest below was still, empty. There was no movement, no sound, nothing. "Are you sure?" "Positive." Caleb finally moved forward, swiftly crossing to the other side. I joined him quickly, stepping onto solid ground with relief. Without speaking, we dropped our packs and scrambled carefully down the slope, pushing branches aside, searching. I felt a chill run through me as we reached the bottom. Nothing. No tracks, no disturbed brush, no evidence anyone had ever stood there. I looked at Caleb, whose face had turned pale. He shook his head slowly, clearly unsettled. "I swear, man, he was looking right at us." The feeling was uncomfortable, but daylight was still strong, and rational explanations were easy enough. "Maybe just shadows," I offered weakly, trying to ease the tension. Caleb didn't respond, just nodded slowly. We climbed back out and continued hiking. Neither of us talked much. Soon we reached our destination, a wide, shallow bend in Swift Camp Creek. After setting up camp, I organized the fishing gear while Caleb got a fire going. The silence was uneasy at first, but as we settled in, the atmosphere slowly returned to normal. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling we weren't alone. I was organizing tackle when I noticed something strange. The clasp on my tackle box hung loose. I distinctly remembered locking it earlier. Glancing toward Caleb, who seemed absorbed in tending the fire, I decided not to mention it. As darkness gathered around us, the comforting crackle of the fire and the familiar murmur of the creek eased my tension. Eventually we relaxed, trading old stories again until exhaustion set in. Crawling into my tent, I pushed away lingering anxiety. But even as I lay there, eyes heavy with sleep, I couldn't escape the image of that empty ravine. No matter how I rationalized, it felt as if something had begun out there, something quietly watching us from the shadows beneath the log. Sleep came slowly, unevenly. I drifted in and out, tangled in my sleeping bag, restless from the day's strange encounter beneath the log. Eventually, though, exhaustion won out. I fell into a shallow, dreamless sleep, broken only when I sensed something shifting nearby. My eyes snapped open, and I stared at the nylon ceiling of the tent, listening carefully. At first, all I heard was the distant murmur of the creek and the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze. Normal sounds, familiar, comforting. But then something else reached my ears, faint but distinct. A quiet shuffling noise came from across the water. I held my breath, straining to catch it again. Silence returned, heavy and tense, until a soft voice drifted across the creek. A whisper, unmistakably clear. "Mason." I sat up quickly, heart hammering. Beside me, Caleb slept heavily, breathing slow and steady. I nudged him urgently. "Caleb, wake up," I hissed, my voice low but tight. He stirred sluggishly, eyes barely opening. "What?" he murmured, half asleep. "There's somebody outside," I whispered sharply, eyes fixed on the tent door. "Across the creek. Listen." Caleb paused, waiting in sleepy silence. Moments passed. Nothing. "Probably just animals, man," Caleb finally muttered, irritated. He rolled onto his side, pulling his sleeping bag higher. "Go back to sleep." Frustration bubbled up inside me, but I said nothing more. I sat rigid, listening as minutes dragged by. Just as I started convincing myself it had been my imagination, the voice returned, clear and measured, carrying through the darkness again. "Caleb." My pulse raced as I recognized the voice, an imitation. My voice echoed back at me, exact in pitch and tone. Caleb shifted uncomfortably now, eyes wide open. "What was that?" he whispered, now fully awake. "That's what I heard earlier," I replied quietly. "It called my name first." Caleb pushed himself upright, suddenly alert. "Is someone messing with us?" His voice shook slightly as he moved slowly toward the zipper of the tent door. "Wait," I whispered urgently, reaching out to stop him. "Just listen." We stayed still, hearts thudding. The silence stretched on painfully, punctuated only by the creek and the faint rustling of trees. Minutes passed. Nothing more came. Eventually my muscles relaxed, exhaustion creeping back despite my nerves. "Maybe just campers downstream," Caleb said hesitantly, trying to convince himself more than me. "Maybe," I replied, unconvinced. We lay down again, but I knew neither of us slept. Dawn finally broke after what felt like hours. The pale morning light brought relief and courage to exit the tent. We emerged slowly, scanning the opposite bank. It was quiet, still, no signs of disturbance in the brush or along the water's edge. Then Caleb's voice broke through sharply. "Hey, look at this." I turned. He was standing beside the fire ring, staring down. I joined him quickly, dread pooling in my stomach. Our firewood, carefully stacked and covered last night, was completely gone. Nearby, the rope we'd hung to dry our wet socks had been cleanly cut, the ends hanging loose, swaying in the breeze. "What the hell?" Caleb said quietly, anger masking his obvious fear. A few feet further away, I spotted something even stranger. One of my boots lay upside down in the dirt, about 20 feet from our tent. I picked it up, noticing immediately the faint imprint of bare toes pressed into the soft earth beside it. "We need to leave," I said firmly, my voice steady but tight. Caleb nodded without argument. We quickly packed our gear, glancing nervously around the quiet woods. We retraced our steps through the dense undergrowth, moving at a brisk pace. Neither of us spoke as we approached the ravine, desperate to put distance between ourselves and whatever had found us in the night. The morning was brighter now, reassuringly normal, until we reached the edge of the deep ravine and froze. The fallen log we'd crossed only yesterday afternoon was gone. It wasn't simply shifted or broken. It had vanished entirely, leaving a wide gap that looked impossible to cross. My chest tightened, panic rising. Caleb looked as shaken as I felt, pacing nervously along the edge. "It was here, right here," he insisted, voice rising. I glanced down at the soft earth where the log had rested, searching for any sign it had ever existed. There was nothing, no indentation, no scattered bark, not even broken branches below. It was as if it had never been there. Then my eyes landed on something that turned my blood cold. Near the edge, clear and fresh, where bare footprints pressed deeply into the damp soil. Beyond them, older and partially obscured by leaves, was another set of tracks, worn boot prints that vanished into a dense cluster of bushes. Caleb's breathing grew rapid as he pointed toward the brush. "Someone's watching us. They've been following us since yesterday." I didn't respond. I simply tightened my backpack straps, fighting back my fear as I turned away from the gap. There was no going back the way we'd come, not anymore. We were still miles from safety, with no clear path forward, and the quiet woods suddenly felt impossibly close, hiding eyes we couldn't see. We moved quickly, urgency overriding caution, trying to put as much distance between ourselves and the vanished log as possible. Every rustle of leaves behind us sent our heads snapping backward, eyes wide, scanning for anything or anyone following. Caleb kept muttering nervously, glancing at me every few minutes. "We need to move faster, Mason." "I know," I replied tightly, my own voice tense. The familiar landmarks had vanished, swallowed up by thick brush and unfamiliar terrain. We were lost, moving by instinct now, hoping to stumble onto the main trail before sunset trapped us here another night. By late afternoon, the forest had thickened, darker and denser. We broke through tangled branches and emerged into a small clearing edged with thick, thorny undergrowth. There was no clear path forward, and daylight was quickly fading. Caleb dropped his backpack heavily, frustration plain on his face. "We'll never make it back tonight," he said bitterly. "Not like this." I knew he was right, but dread filled me at the thought of spending another night in this place. Reluctantly, we agreed to set up camp where we stood, hidden among tall bushes and twisted saplings. We didn't speak as we set up the tent, both unwilling to admit our shared fear. There was no fire this time. We sat silently, chewing cold trail mix, knives resting at our sides, eyes constantly scanning the shadows around us. Night fell quickly, heavy and suffocating, the surrounding darkness absolute. Sleep wasn't an option. I sat upright, alert, listening. Beside me, Caleb shifted constantly, breathing unevenly. Time stretched endlessly until, sometime around midnight, I heard something approaching the tent, soft, slow footsteps clearly audible on the forest floor. I reached silently for my knife, gripping it tightly, my heart pounding painfully in my chest. Caleb sat up abruptly, fully awake now. He opened his mouth, but I raised a finger sharply to silence him. Outside I heard quiet breathing, close. Someone was standing directly beside our tent. Then, a zipper moved, slowly, carefully, as if someone was testing it. Caleb lunged forward, grabbing his knife, eyes wide with terror. I reacted instinctively, gripping the zipper from our side, and tore it downward in a swift motion, bracing myself to confront whoever was outside. But no one was there. I stepped out cautiously, knife extended, scanning the clearing rapidly. Darkness surrounded us, dense and silent. My eyes adjusted slowly, drawn downward, where the soft earth clearly revealed fresh footprints. Bare feet had circled our tent repeatedly. Caleb stood beside me, pale and shaking visibly. "We need to leave right now," he whispered harshly. "Wait," I whispered back, eyes fixed on something else. A second set of tracks, heavy boot prints, led away into the darkness, toward a gentle slope. Instinctively we followed, flashlights trembling as we moved through the brush, stepping quietly but urgently. We emerged moments later onto a dirt embankment beneath Tunnel Ridge Road. A rusted metal drainage pipe loomed ahead, opening like a dark mouth beneath the road. The boot prints continued directly inside, disappearing into the blackness. Caleb stopped, staring at me in disbelief. "We can't go in there." I took a hesitant step forward, peering inside. From somewhere deep in the pipe, there was a faint wet sound, something shifting softly in the darkness. The noise sent a chill straight through me, and I stepped back quickly. "Let's get out of here," I whispered. We backed away rapidly, turning our backs to the drainage pipe and scrambling up the embankment, racing toward Tunnel Ridge Road. We didn't slow until we reached pavement, breaking into open air just as dawn began to break. Weak gray light creeping through the trees. The distant rumble of an engine brought relief. A forest ranger's truck rounded a corner slowly, and we waved frantically, stepping out onto the asphalt, desperate to be seen. The vehicle slowed to a stop, and the ranger stepped out, frowning deeply as he approached us. "You boys okay?" he asked, glancing at our disheveled clothing and pale faces. We began speaking simultaneously, words spilling out chaotically, describing the strange voices, the missing log, and the figures stalking us. The ranger listened quietly, his face growing increasingly grim. Finally, he raised his hand gently, signaling us to stop. "Boys, you're not the first ones," he said, his voice low and serious. "There have been stories for years. People go missing out here. The crossing log you mentioned, I've heard about it from others. Always the same." He paused, looking away, as if debating something silently. Then he spoke again, reluctantly. "Come on, show me." An hour later, we stood back at the ravine with 2 more rangers, sunlight illuminating the impossible gap before us. The ravine was far wider than it had been 2 days ago, and there was no sign, no mark or indentation, that any log had ever bridged it. "I swear it was here," Caleb insisted desperately. "We know," the ranger said quietly, examining the earth with a troubled look. "Like I said, you're not the first." Finally, we brought them to the drainage pipe. It sat quiet and empty in the daylight. I shivered as we stood at its entrance, my eyes adjusting again to the dim interior. Something caught my attention, scratches along the rusted metal walls. I stepped closer, heart quickening as I made out names etched crudely into the corroded surface. Some were barely legible, others clearer and fresher. I traced them slowly with shaking fingers until my hand stopped abruptly. I felt a rush of cold dread fill me. Caleb stepped closer, his eyes widening as he saw it too. Carved neatly, unmistakably into the rusted metal was my own name, Mason. I stepped back sharply, panic rising. I had never written it. I began, but my voice trailed off, caught in my throat. The ranger placed a gentle hand on my shoulder, guiding me away from the pipe, expression dark and sympathetic. "We're done here," he said firmly. "Let's go." As we walked back to the road, I knew without question that whatever was out there had marked me. We had escaped, yes, but not completely. Something from those dark woods had found us, followed us, and left behind a promise in my own name, scratched into rust and darkness beneath Tunnel Ridge Road. Flathead National Forest had always been our place. It was where my father had taught me how to hunt, fish, and survive. Every autumn, we'd leave civilization behind, heading deep into Montana's backcountry for elk season. My father, Dennis, was retired now, a firefighter who'd spent decades risking his life in smoke-filled buildings. Now in his 60s, he was still tougher than most men half his age. I'm Luke, and at 28 my job as a paramedic in Missoula kept me close to home, but far enough from wilderness that these annual hunting trips felt essential, almost sacred. This season, we chose an area we'd never hunted before, near the southern edge of the Bob Marshall Wilderness. Dad had heard from an outfitter friend that the bulls there were trophy-sized, and the valley itself was hardly touched. 2 days of hiking led us far from any marked trail, to a campsite at Timberline near a cold, winding stream that murmured quietly beneath granite ridges. After setting camp, we spent the evening planning our hunt. Dad had a good feeling about a shallow basin a mile farther in, nestled between thick stands of spruce and Douglas fir. We'd glassed elk in the distance, and with luck, we'd be packing out meat by the following afternoon. At dawn, the valley was draped in fog as we moved silently toward the basin. I had my Winchester Magnum slung over my shoulder, and Dad carried his trusty Remington. We'd barely broken the tree line when we spotted a herd, the bull massive and regal, his antlers silhouetted like skeletal fingers in the mist. A single shot rang out, clean and precise, and soon we stood beside the animal, marveling at its size. We dressed the bull carefully, lifting the heavy quarters into game bags before hoisting them into a nearby tree to keep predators at bay. It was exhausting work, and the sun was low by the time we finished, That night, the forest felt different. Even the sound of the stream seemed quieter, subdued by something I couldn't quite define. Just before turning in, I heard a distant crack echoing from the direction of our kill site, sharp, quick, and unnatural. Dad dismissed it as frost splitting wood, but I wasn't convinced. When morning came, the chill seemed sharper, seeping through my jacket as we returned to retrieve our meat. We pushed through the brush, expecting to see the white bags dangling where we'd left them. Instead, the tree stood empty, the ropes snapped and frayed, lying tangled on the ground beneath it. No blood, no scraps, just gone. "What the hell?" Dad whispered, circling the tree. I followed him closely, heart thumping. It was then that I noticed the marks, deep and distinct. 4 parallel grooves gouged into the bark, starting higher than either of us could reach. The cuts were fresh and rough, sap bleeding slowly down the trunk. "Bear couldn't do that," I muttered. Dad shook his head, lips pressed tight. He knelt and pointed. Through the forest floor stretched a set of drag marks, disturbed leaves and pine needles trailing toward darker timber beyond. Cautiously, we followed the trail. The drag marks faded gradually, becoming lighter until there was nothing but pristine ground again. No carcass, no bones, nothing. A faint rustle sounded somewhere ahead, so subtle that we froze instinctively. My pulse surged. We watched and listened, eyes scanning the trees, but nothing stirred. "We should head back," Dad said quietly. I nodded without argument, glad for the excuse to retreat. Returning to camp, my gaze constantly swept the surrounding trees. The claw marks loomed clearly in my mind, inexplicable, unsettling. Flathead National Forest had always felt familiar, safe even, but now something was off, changed in a way I couldn't understand. And deep down, I knew our hunt had become something else entirely. We didn't speak much for the rest of the afternoon. Dad cleaned his rifle again, carefully inspecting each part, and I busied myself reinforcing our camp perimeter. We knew bears roamed these woods, but I'd hunted around them all my life without ever feeling this uneasy. When the sun dropped behind the ridges, shadows filled the valley quickly. A thick twilight settled around us, deeper and heavier than usual. As darkness crept in, we lit a small fire, letting the flames eat slowly at the logs while we listened closely to the quiet forest. Dad broke the silence first. "Maybe a mountain lion dragged the meat off," he offered weakly, trying to convince himself more than me. "You saw those claw marks," I replied quietly. "I don't know any cat that tall." His expression hardened, a mixture of concern and frustration. "Could have climbed." Neither of us believed it. Around midnight, a strange, low hooting echoed from somewhere far off in the trees. Dad and I exchanged glances, both of us stiffening in our seats. The calls rose and fell slowly, an unfamiliar, haunting sound that made my gut tighten. "Ever heard that before?" I whispered. Dad shook his head slowly. "No animal I know makes that sound." We checked the fire, and Dad moved closer, gripping his rifle. He kept scanning the darkness, eyes narrowed in concentration. My mouth had gone dry, every muscle in my body tensed for something unseen. When the calls finally faded, I stood up shakily to relieve myself, stepping behind the tent toward the creek. My flashlight beam skimmed the earth near my feet, revealing deep depressions pressed into the soft moss along the stream bank. I froze instantly. They were footprints, huge and elongated, too wide and too deep to belong to a person, too oddly shaped for a bear. They stretched off into the darkness beyond my flashlight's reach. I hurried back to Dad, pulse hammering in my ears. I didn't need to say anything. My expression must have told him enough. He grabbed his own flashlight and followed me back to the prints, staring silently at them. He knelt, tracing their edges with his finger, a puzzled frown creasing his forehead. "What made these?" I finally asked, voice strained. "I don't know," he said, standing abruptly. "We shouldn't stay another night." I agreed silently, my heart racing. Neither of us said it, but we knew it was too dark to hike out safely now. We'd have to wait until dawn. We returned to the fire and sat quietly, rifles across our knees. Time crawled slowly forward, every minute stretching endlessly. Occasionally, twigs snapped softly around our perimeter, each small sound making my heart skip and my grip tighten around the rifle stock. Near dusk the following evening, Dad abruptly lifted his hand, pointing toward the creek. I looked up, catching sight of a dark shape crouched low across the stream, partly obscured by bushes. Broad shoulders hunched forward, the figure was unmoving, hair matted and dark, blending seamlessly with the brush. I raised my rifle slowly, taking a deep breath to steady my shaking hands. Through the scope, I saw only darkness and shadows, no clear outline. "Take the shot," Dad whispered urgently. I squeezed the trigger, the rifle's report shattering the stillness. The shadow immediately erupted into motion, disappearing silently into the dense trees. There was no crashing sound, no breaking branches, just silence. Impossible silence. We both stood there, rifles trained uselessly into the darkening woods. "Did you hit it?" Dad finally asked, his voice barely audible. "I'm not sure," I replied, breathing heavily. It was fast. As night fell completely, we retreated to the tent, zipping it shut tightly. Neither of us mentioned sleep. Hours passed in agonizing silence until sometime around 2 a.m, when soft, heavy footsteps approached. They circled slowly, methodically, around the tent. We listened helplessly, our breathing shallow, muscles aching from staying so still. Then the footsteps stopped, replaced by low, throaty grunts, almost inquisitive sounds, directly outside the thin fabric walls of our shelter. I could hear deep breaths just inches from my head, the noise unsettlingly close. Dad silently clicked the safety off his rifle. We waited, neither daring to move. Eventually, the footsteps retreated into the night, quiet and controlled. Dad slowly exhaled, lowering his rifle slightly. We didn't say another word, counting the endless minutes until dawn would finally allow us to leave. Whatever was out there wasn't done yet, and we both knew we had to get out before it returned. Dawn finally broke, washing pale gray light over our camp. Neither Dad nor I had managed a minute of sleep. Every muscle in my body ached from hours of rigid tension, gripping the rifle tight enough to leave my knuckles sore. We didn't discuss anything, words felt pointless now. Our only shared goal was clear, getting out. We packed quickly, shoving gear haphazardly into our backpacks, barely pausing to secure our rifles. My eyes constantly scanned the tree line, searching for movement. I caught Dad doing the same, his face grim. The valley was utterly silent, oppressive in its lack of normal sounds. Climbing higher toward the granite ridges above the basin, we sought open ground for a clearer satellite signal. Dad held the GPS beacon, tapping it impatiently as the signal flickered between weak and non-existent. Come on," he muttered, frustration clear in his voice. Finally, a steady green light blinked. We immediately sent a distress signal requesting extraction. After a few minutes of unbearable waiting, the device vibrated softly, confirming the rescue plane was on its way from Kalispell. Relief flooded through me, but the tension didn't fully ease. I still felt watched. Something followed us from below, hidden within the dense timber. Every rustle of branches or distant snap of twigs made me flinch. Dad kept a tight grip on his rifle, glancing nervously downward. As we continued climbing, the landscape became steeper. Exposed rock, breaking through patches of scrub and scattered pines. Each step felt heavier, slower, fatigue battling against adrenaline. Finally, we reached an open, rocky clearing overlooking a small alpine lake, a suitable landing zone for the float plane. Dad signaled our position with his bright orange jacket, waving it vigorously. After a few anxious minutes, we heard the distant drone of an engine. The sound grew louder, echoing against the mountain walls. A small plane banked gently toward the lake. I exhaled deeply, relief finally outweighing my anxiety. But as the aircraft made a low pass over the lake, my gaze drifted back down toward the basin we'd just left. Something strange caught my eye. Directly below us, clearly visible from our vantage point, hung our missing elk carcass, suspended high in a tree, at least 15 feet above the ground. My stomach twisted sharply. The gutted animal swayed gently, secured by its hind legs in an impossible, disturbing display. No bear or mountain lion could have done something like that. Dad followed my stare and cursed softly under his breath. "What kind of animal does that?" he murmured, almost to himself. We didn't speak again as the plane circled once more, before gently touching down on the surface of the lake. Slinging our packs, we hurried down toward the shoreline. My boots splashed through shallow water as we scrambled onto the pontoon and climbed hastily into the tiny cockpit. The pilot, an older man named Ray, shot us a curious glance, clearly sensing our urgency but wise enough not to ask questions. He pushed the throttle forward, and soon we lifted off, leaving the haunted valley far behind. Only once we were airborne did my shoulders finally relax, the tension draining from me in waves. Beside me, Dad stared silently out the window, his face set in stony silence. After a long moment, he spoke quietly. "It knew exactly what it was doing, Luke. No animal does that out of instinct." I nodded slowly, unable to reply. He was right. Whatever we'd encountered back there in the Flathead National Forest wasn't simply wild. It had intention, intelligence. After landing safely in Kalispell, we reported what we'd experienced to a ranger station near the airport, but our account was met with polite skepticism and nodding smiles. No one followed up. We didn't insist. They wouldn't believe us anyway. On the drive back to Missoula, Dad's expression stayed thoughtful and distant. Eventually he sighed heavily, eyes focused straight ahead. "I don't think we should ever go back there," he said quietly. "No," I replied softly, staring at the passing trees outside the truck's window. "Never again." Weeks later, we heard through a hunting forum online that another party had found the carcass we'd abandoned. The elk bones were exactly where we'd left them, but the skull was missing entirely, and fresh claw marks had appeared, higher, deeper, more deliberate. We never talked about Flathead again, but sometimes, late at night when sleep refused to come, I'd stare into the dark corners of my bedroom, remembering that thing circling our tent, breathing just inches away, waiting, silent, watching. It had been 6 years since Dean disappeared into Olympic National Forest. He'd vanished along the Bogachiel River Trail, a popular hike near Solduck River, known for its rugged terrain and dense woods. Dean spent 27 days lost before rangers found him alive, barefoot, and wrapped in someone else's sleeping bag, nearly 10 miles off trail. He'd never explained what happened, never answered our questions, and soon after, he drifted away from our lives altogether. Then, out of nowhere, Dean called me. "I need to go back, Sam," he said, "to face it." I knew instantly that it meant the trail, the woods, whatever he'd found out there. I'd spent years hoping Dean would eventually talk, but he'd always refused. Now something had changed. Liv was skeptical when I told her, but insisted she come along, partly out of concern and partly curiosity, I suspect. After all, she'd been just as haunted as I had. It was early morning when we drove into the forest, shadows still stretching across the narrow roads. Dean sat silently beside me, staring straight ahead. Liv glanced at him from the back seat, concerned. Dean had always been reserved, but now he was barely recognizable. He'd aged more than the rest of us, his hair thinner, eyes hollow, face drawn and weary. Something else was different too, a restlessness beneath his skin. At the trailhead, we unloaded our gear. Dean stood for a moment, staring at the sign marking the path toward the Bogachiel River. His hands shook slightly as he tightened his pack straps. "You okay, Dean?" Liv asked quietly. He blinked, startled by her voice. "Yeah," he mumbled, almost too softly to hear. "Let's go." The hike was difficult but familiar at first. Wide paths, a steady incline, lush ferns along the trail. Liv kept up conversation to fill the heavy silence. Dean responded briefly, monosyllabic, his attention always somewhere else, ahead or off to the side, as though he expected someone or something to appear suddenly from the brush. Several miles in, we reached the spot where Dean had originally vanished. A small wooden post marked the intersection with a disused trail that had once cut toward Appleton Pass, but was now overgrown and almost indistinguishable from the surrounding forest. Dean stopped dead, eyes locked on the narrow path disappearing into thick brush. "This was it," he said, voice flat. Liv looked uneasy. I felt it too, a strange sense of displacement, like standing at the edge of a great void. Something was off about this place, something I couldn't pinpoint. Dean crouched, tracing his fingers along the ground, as if trying to recall some crucial detail. He glanced back toward us, eyes darkening. We shouldn't stop here. We continued for another hour, following the main trail deeper toward Slide Lake. Dean moved ahead, faster now, urgent in his stride, occasionally glancing back with a look of quiet desperation. Liv caught my arm, whispering nervously, "Sam, I don't think we should have agreed to this." "We owe it to him," I said softly, trying to reassure myself as much as her. But the words felt empty. At dusk, we made camp near an abandoned fire ring, the stones half buried by years of neglect. Liv set up her tent, while I tried to convince Dean to rest, but he shook his head sharply. "I'm sleeping outside," he insisted, voice strained. "It doesn't want barriers this time." Liv shot me an alarmed look. I said nothing, unsure how to handle the situation. We ate dinner silently around a small fire. Dean hardly touched his food, staring intensely into the trees, his eyes flicking toward shadows cast by the firelight. Occasionally he mumbled something under his breath, a series of disconnected words I couldn't catch clearly. Later, sleep wouldn't come. Anxiety pressed on my chest, heavy and inescapable. I stepped out quietly, noticing Dean was gone from the fireside. Fear tightened my throat as I scanned the darkness. Finally, I saw him, standing barefoot by the riverbank staring at the black, silent water. He whispered urgently into the darkness, his words fragmented, sharp-edged. I strained to hear, approaching cautiously until I was close enough to make out his voice clearly. "No," he was saying desperately. "No, I'm here now. I told you I'd come back." I froze, afraid to interrupt, not knowing who or what he might be speaking to. Before I could react, Dean turned suddenly, eyes wide and glassy, illuminated briefly in moonlight. "You shouldn't be here, Sam," he whispered hoarsely. "You never should have come." A chill crawled down my spine as he brushed past, heading back toward camp without another word. I stood alone, heart pounding, staring into the endless dark of the forest around us. We broke camp early the next morning, none of us having slept much. Dean hadn't said another word since the strange moment by the riverbank, but his silence was somehow worse. The trail narrowed, the forest thickened, and each step forward felt heavier, more reluctant. Liv moved closer to me as we walked, casting worried glances toward Dean, who had drifted ahead of us. Occasionally he paused and tilted his head, as if listening for something we couldn't hear. The more he did this, the tighter my stomach twisted. "You hear anything?" Liv whispered. "Nothing," I said, straining to listen past the rustling leaves, my heart beating in my ears. "Just trees." By midday the tension was palpable. Dean was muttering again, quiet fragments of conversation that seemed directed toward someone we couldn't see. He spoke softly, urgently, repeating phrases I didn't understand. His pace quickened, each step pushing deeper into wilderness that grew increasingly unfamiliar. I caught Liv's anxious glance again. "Dean, maybe we should slow down," I called. He ignored me, stepping faster. We hurried to keep pace, but after another mile, Dean suddenly froze in place, eyes fixed on something in the distance. When Liv and I caught up, I saw what held his gaze. A large moss-covered tree marked deeply with symbols. Jagged carvings that seemed both ancient and disturbingly fresh. The same angular spiral we'd seen before, only larger, more aggressive in appearance. "Dean, what is this?" I asked cautiously. His fingers traced the carvings, mouth moving silently. Liv tugged gently at his arm. "Dean, please." He jerked away violently, his expression darkening. "It's the way back. I need to finish this." I exchanged a helpless glance with Liv. Her eyes widened, terrified. She mouthed silently, "We need to leave." Before I could respond, Dean walked off again, head lowered, movements erratic. We followed carefully, but soon realized he was leading us away from the established trail, deeper into a maze of fallen trees, overgrown brush, and tangled roots. Shadows lengthened around us, sunlight fading into a muted twilight that seemed to come too soon. Liv reached for my hand, gripping it tightly. "Sam, he's losing it. We need to stop him." Ahead, Dean halted again, this time collapsing abruptly to his knees. He pressed his hands to his head, rocking slightly. "It's too loud," he groaned. "Too many voices. I shouldn't have brought you." I knelt beside him. "Dean, we can turn back. It's not too late." He raised his face, pale and haunted. "It won't let us." A sudden noise behind us made Liv jump. A heavy rustling, the crack of a branch, something shifting weight through the trees. It moved just out of sight, circling slowly. Dean's eyes widened, focused now with raw fear. "It followed us," he whispered, voice trembling. "I told you." "Dean, what followed us?" I demanded. But he didn't answer, staring into the dim woods around us, unblinking. Liv tugged at my sleeve frantically, panic swelling in her eyes. "I saw something," she whispered, breathless. "It moved like a person, right there behind those trees." "Stay here," I said, stepping carefully toward where she pointed. My pulse thundered as I peered into the shadows, trying desperately to see clearly. Nothing moved, nothing breathed, yet an oppressive presence pressed down on me, heavy and watchful. Suddenly, Dean screamed behind me. I spun, heart slamming, to find Liv struggling with him, desperately trying to hold him back as he clawed at the ground, frantic. "Dean!" I shouted, running toward them. His voice cracked, breaking apart into sobs. "I promised I'd come back. It said it would take me, but not you." "Dean, who?" Liv cried. "Who are you talking about?" His eyes rolled back, mouth opening in a silent cry. Liv gasped, releasing him as he collapsed to the dirt, shaking violently. Above us, the trees shuddered from something heavy passing swiftly overhead, branches snapping. I couldn't see it clearly, but its movement was undeniable, something large, something real. Dean went still, breathing raggedly. Slowly, he sat up, staring blankly toward the tree line. He looked past me as if I no longer existed. "It wants you," he said in a voice I barely recognized. "I'm sorry." "Dean?" But he was on his feet again, stumbling into the brush without another word. Liv tried to grab him, but he shoved her away, nearly knocking her down. She caught herself on a nearby tree, breathing heavily. "He's gone," she whispered. "Sam, he's gone." "Not yet," I said firmly, though my voice shook. "We have to find him." From somewhere in the forest, Dean's voice rose again, distant, muffled, calling urgently into the gathering darkness. But he wasn't speaking to us. He was speaking to something else, something hidden among the trees. Something that answered him back. Dean vanished into the dark faster than we could follow. I called his name until my throat felt raw, but only silence replied. Liv stood beside me, trembling, her eyes wide and shining in the fading twilight. "We can't follow him, Sam," she said finally, her voice thin and shaky. "We'll get lost." "We can't just leave him out here," I argued, though my own voice sounded uncertain. "Not again." She placed a hand on my shoulder, gripping it firmly. "We'll get help. He's gone somewhere we can't reach." I stared into the dark forest, the shapes of trees blending into shadow. I could still hear Dean's voice echoing faintly, calling out to something neither of us could see. The sound filled me with dread, but I knew Liv was right. Staying longer meant risking the same fate. Reluctantly, we turned back, tracing our steps through tangled underbrush toward the trail we'd left hours earlier. Every rustle in the darkness, every snap of twigs sent jolts of adrenaline racing through me. Liv's breathing grew ragged, uneven, her pace faltering. The forest seemed impossibly unfamiliar now, each tree identical to the last, our path constantly shifting beneath our feet. After what felt like hours, we reached familiar ground, a barely visible marker sign pointing toward the main trail. Liv exhaled sharply, relief clear in her expression. "We're close," she whispered. We moved quickly, spurred by urgency and fear. But as we rounded a bend in the trail, Liv suddenly froze, staring directly into the thick growth of brush ahead. She grabbed my arm, her fingernails biting into my skin. "Do you see her?" she breathed, barely audible. "Who?" Her hand trembled as she pointed. My heart slammed painfully as I followed her gaze. Standing motionless among the trees, staring directly at us, was Liv, or something identical to her. Its face expressionless, eyes cold and empty, skin pale and ghostly beneath the moonlight. Liv gasped sharply, stepping backward. "That's her. That's who I saw last night, Sam. It's me." My pulse hammered loudly in my ears. "That's not possible." The figure tilted its head slightly, eyes never blinking. It stepped forward once, deliberately mirroring Liv's own fearful posture. I couldn't speak. Terror rooted me in place. "Run," Liv whispered, voice strained. "Now!" She turned, dragging me along as we sprinted down the trail, branches and roots tearing at our clothes, the darkness closing in around us. Behind, footsteps followed steadily, always just out of sight, matching our pace but never gaining ground. Liv's sobbing breath echoed beside me, each step desperate, driven by pure instinct. Eventually, exhausted and nearly collapsing, we emerged at a campground just beyond the trailhead. A faint, reassuring glow came from the distant parking lot, our vehicle still waiting exactly where we'd left it. We stumbled forward, gasping, our legs burning. When we finally reached my car, Liv sank down beside it, shaking uncontrollably. I fumbled my phone out, relieved when it finally caught a signal. My hands shook violently as I dialed 911. "Help," I managed hoarsely. "Our friend's lost. Olympic National Forest, Bagachiel Trail, please." The dispatcher's calm voice assured me help was coming, but my mind couldn't settle. Every sound, every movement at the edges of the parking lot made my stomach twist. Liv remained silent, her eyes locked onto the darkness beyond the campsite, frozen in fear. When I finally hung up, she whispered, "I'm not going back in there. Not ever." I nodded numbly, barely able to speak. Neither am I. In the days that followed, authorities combed the forest thoroughly. They found Dean's pack and jacket neatly folded at the base of an old cedar tree, miles from any trail, but nothing else. No signs of struggle, no footprints leading away. Dean was simply gone. Weeks later, a park ranger called me, his voice cautious and unsure. "We picked something up last night on an emergency channel," he said hesitantly. "It sounded like your friend Dean." I gripped the phone tightly, knuckles white. "What did he say?" The ranger hesitated. "He asked for help, said he came back, but didn't know why he was still there. We traced the signal to a remote ravine, but our teams searched it thoroughly. There's no one there." My throat tightened painfully. "What does that mean?" "I honestly don't know," the ranger admitted quietly. "But we're keeping the channel open, just in case." Days passed. Then on a rainy evening, my phone buzzed with a voicemail from an unknown number. Hands trembling, I listened. Static crackled faintly before a familiar voice whispered, tired and lost. "Don't come back. It was Dean." Growing up in Cedar Heights always felt suffocating. It was one of those cities where everything moved too fast and felt too tight, like the whole world was breathing down your neck. I didn't mind people, but crowds gave me headaches. Noise made me anxious. Cedar Heights was noise, and crowds distilled into their purest forms. My little brother, Luca, was the opposite. He loved attention, laughter, and the constant buzz of energy around him. Maybe it was because he was only 12, still untouched by anxiety, unscarred by the things people could do to each other. Luca had an innocence I envied, an optimism that drove his teachers crazy and made my parents smile. His latest obsession was filmmaking. He'd recently been assigned a 6th grade movie project, and he threw himself into it like he was Spielberg himself. When my parents decided we'd visit our cousins out in Ashmill so Luca could film his project, I felt immediate relief. Ashmill was different, small, remote, tucked away in the woods near El Dorado National Forest, northeast of Sacramento. My cousins Ryan and Reese lived there with their parents on 5 wooded acres. The twins were as hyper as Luca, always inventing elaborate games and pranks. But unlike the chaos of Cedar Heights, their antics felt contained, safer somehow, because the thick pine trees absorbed sound and the earth softened footsteps. As we turned onto their winding gravel driveway, I saw Luca clutching his camcorder like it was the key to his future. Before our parents even shut off the engine, he leaped out, calling for the twins. I reluctantly followed behind. They needed a cameraman, and somehow that became my responsibility. I'd intended to hang back inside, away from the commotion, but Luca had begged me with eyes so wide I couldn't refuse. "Marcus, please! You're better with a camera than anyone." So there I was, trudging behind them through a maze of shadowy trees, half-heartedly filming their fantasy epic. Luca had draped cheap cloaks over their shoulders and armed each cousin with plastic swords. They laughed as they ran through the trees, yelling scripted lines and improvising ridiculous plot twists. "Watch out, evil wizard!" Reese shouted, swinging his sword at empty air. Luca giggled hysterically, directing with exaggerated hand motions. Ryan did his best villain impression, raising his hands dramatically and laughing in a voice deeper than his own. The deeper we went into the woods, the more uneasy I became. At first, it was subtle, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the air growing cooler despite the sunlight filtering through the canopy. Shadows stretched long and uneven on the forest floor, making every step uncertain. I tried to dismiss the feeling, attributing it to anxiety or exhaustion from keeping pace with 3 energetic kids. My breathing quickened, hands trembling as I adjusted my grip on the camcorder, doing my best to keep the shots steady. Finally, I called out, "Guys, let's take a break. I need something to drink." "Fine," Luca sighed dramatically, pretending to faint against a tree. "Marcus can't keep up." The twins laughed, tossing their swords down. "Bring us juice, too," Ryan shouted, his voice echoing strangely. Back inside the house, the stillness was comforting. My heart rate slowed as I opened the fridge, reaching for the orange juice. Just as my fingers touched the cold carton, a scream ripped through the air from outside. It wasn't playful or exaggerated. It was raw, high-pitched, and filled with a terror that froze me in place. "Luca?" My voice cracked. I dropped the juice carton on the kitchen floor, and it burst open, spreading a pool of orange liquid at my feet. I sprinted out the back door, my heart slamming against my ribcage. "Luca! Ryan! Reese!" My voice was swallowed by the trees. The clearing where they'd been filming seconds earlier was completely empty. The toy swords lay scattered, abandoned, the cloaks fluttering softly in the breeze. "Luca!" My shout was desperate now, fear creeping into every syllable. I spun around, eyes scanning the tree line for movement. Nothing moved. The woods were perfectly, dreadfully still. I sprinted back inside, slamming open doors and screaming for our parents. Within minutes, my parents and the twins' parents joined me, their panic mirroring my own. We shouted until our throats hurt, scoured every inch of the 5-acre property, and called out repeatedly. The woods gave us nothing in return. Police arrived within the hour, their flashlights cutting through dusk that settled heavily over Ashmill. Volunteers and search dogs followed shortly after, methodically moving through the underbrush. Hours passed, cold dread building with each fruitless moment. That night, as I stood shivering beneath the yellow porch lights, listening to the muffled sobs of our parents speaking with officers, I looked back toward the woods. A chill crawled up my spine, and I had the distinct, stomach-churning certainty that something terrible had reached out from that darkness and taken them. I just didn't know yet how right I was. After 3 agonizing weeks of waiting, the call finally came. A hiker found their bodies in Crooked Pine State Park, 29 miles northeast of Ashmill. The sheriff was careful with his words, but I knew what he was trying not to say. Ryan and Reese were dead, their bodies torn apart, mutilated beyond anything the sheriff's deputies had ever witnessed. Luca, my little brother, was found hanging from a tree limb above a shallow stream, dressed in the same cloak he'd made for his movie. The news broke something inside me. Nothing felt real, not the memorial service, the whispered condolences, or the casseroles left on our doorstep. Especially not the day the detective handed me Luca's camcorder, wrapped in clear plastic like a piece of evidence from a nightmare. He'd said it contained footage of the boy's last moments, that the police had already reviewed it. But when I asked about the details, he just shook his head and told me it was better not to know. That night, unable to sleep, I stared at the camcorder sitting on my desk. The small device seemed to mock me, daring me to watch what no one else would describe. Finally, desperate for answers, I unwrapped it from its plastic shell and turned it on. My hands shook as I pressed play. The video began innocently. Luca's voice filled the speakers, excitedly directing Ryan and Reese through the scenes we'd filmed that day. There they were, playing heroes and villains, laughing and charging through the trees with plastic swords held high. I recognized each location, the familiar clearing, the fallen log, the large pine stump they'd pretended was their throne. Then abruptly, the video changed. Static crackled loudly, making me flinch. The footage flickered, went dark, then returned, grainier and more distorted. Luca's voice was low and fearful, whispering, "Did you hear that?" My pulse quickened. The boys turned toward the forest. Something moved subtly among the trees, a shifting shadow, barely distinguishable. Luca zoomed in, trying to get a better look. I leaned closer to the screen, eyes squinting, heart thudding. Suddenly, Reese screamed. It was the same chilling scream I'd heard from the kitchen. On screen, the boys bolted, the camera shaking wildly as Luca ran. Branches whipped past the lens, blurring into frantic streaks. The camera caught glimpses of Ryan's terrified face, Reese stumbling, and Luca's heavy breathing punctuated by panicked gasps. Behind them, something followed, silent, persistent, visible only in flickering glimpses. The screen abruptly went black. Words flashed onto the display. "I can't save them." A low, distorted melody began playing like a music box unwinding slowly in reverse. It made my skin crawl. Then the footage resumed, clearer but more horrifying than before. Ryan and Reese appeared, tied against trees. Both were sobbing uncontrollably. My breath caught in my throat as I saw them struggle uselessly against their bonds. Behind them, something slowly moved into view. My stomach twisted. The figure was humanoid but grotesquely distorted. Arms far too long, fingers gnarled and crooked. Its body thin enough to see ribs through mottled skin. Its face was blank except for an impossibly wide, gaping mouth. The camera's audio filled with a strange, buzzing frequency, overwhelming and disorienting. The creature began hurting them, moving with jerky motions, precise yet unnatural. It pulled, twisted and tore. Ryan and Reese's screams cracked the tiny speakers, mixing with static. My vision blurred with tears, nausea rising in my chest. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. I had to understand. Finally, the camera jerked violently away from the scene, turning toward Luca himself. He stared directly into the lens, face oddly calm at first. Then, slowly, his expression distorted. His skin seemed to stretch, jaw unhinging unnaturally, eyes rolling backward. The screen glitched and warped as if reality itself was fraying. Then the footage cut sharply once more, to Luca hanging from the noose. The image lingered silently for several seconds, swaying slightly. The video stopped abruptly, plunging the room back into suffocating silence. My body trembled uncontrollably. I stumbled from my desk and vomited into the trash can by my bed. My mind spun, overwhelmed by what I'd just witnessed. Frantically, I rewound the camcorder, desperate to confirm what I'd seen. But now the footage was gone. The screen displayed only static, white noise filling the room. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat, curled against the wall, staring at the now silent camcorder, haunted by images I'd never be able to erase. Days passed in a blur. Driven by restless desperation, I began searching online for similar cases around Ashmill. The authorities wouldn't acknowledge any connection, dismissing my questions as paranoia or grief. But after digging through local forums, news archives, and old records, I found a retired game warden named Dale McKinney who lived near Sly Park. Reluctantly, he agreed to talk to me. Sitting in his dim living room, Dale spoke quietly. Over the past 50 years, 5 other children had vanished from the woods around Sly Park. Each disappearance mirrored what had happened to Luca and the twins, children playing alone, recovered days or weeks later near water, their deaths brutal and inexplicable. But what chilled me most was Dale's final confession. 2 cases involved recovered footage. Both videos disappeared, confiscated by investigators and never released. Families were told the tapes showed nothing. The police buried the truth to avoid panic. No one had ever pushed further. I left Dale's house numb and hollow, the weight of reality pressing down. Whatever I'd seen on Luca's camcorder wasn't just a random tragedy. It was something older, something hidden. I decided right then that I couldn't ignore it. I owed it to Luca, to Ryan, to Reese. I owed it to myself, and I was going back. I couldn't let it go. Weeks passed, and every day the memories of that footage clawed deeper into my mind. My parents watched me with concerned eyes, whispering about therapy and medication, but they didn't understand. It wasn't something a therapist could fix. It was something I had to confront. Late one evening, without telling anyone, I packed a backpack with a flashlight, a backup camcorder, and a hunting knife from the garage. Then I took my parents' car keys and drove the familiar route back to Ashmill. The night was clear but oppressive. The forest loomed on either side of the winding road, my headlights barely piercing the dark. The further I drove, the more my anxiety grew, a tight knot forming in my stomach. I parked at the trailhead leading into Crooked Pine State Park. The area was deserted, lit only by moonlight filtering through the trees. I grabbed the backpack and stepped onto the narrow path, flashlight shaking slightly in my hand. Each step forward felt heavier. I retraced the route from Luca's video, recognizing each twisted root and jagged stone. The forest was quiet, except for my breathing, quick and uneven. My mind raced with fragments of memory. The creature's gaping mouth, Ryan and Reese tied and helpless, Luca's distorted face. A high-pitched hum filled the air, soft at first, barely audible. As I moved deeper into the woods, it intensified into a harsh buzzing that made my teeth ache. My flashlight flickered, and I slapped the handle nervously, desperate to keep it steady. The path narrowed, branches scratching at my arms and face. I stumbled forward, driven more by instinct than logic. Then I saw the stream ahead, the same shallow creek where Luca's body had been found. My heart thudded violently. I stopped at the stream's edge. Everything felt wrong here. The air seemed colder, heavier, charged with an uncomfortable tension. I scanned the area, flashlight beam shaking as I moved slowly along the bank. A whisper floated past my ears, almost inaudible. Luca's voice, distant and afraid. I spun around, pointing the flashlight wildly, but saw nothing. My pulse hammered relentlessly. I called his name, my voice cracking in desperation. Then, in the trees beyond the stream, something moved. My flashlight beam froze on the spot. The tall, thin figure from the footage stood motionless, half hidden behind a tree trunk. Its face was blank, empty aside from that same impossibly wide mouth stretching open silently. Terror shot through me, freezing me in place. The flashlight shook violently, the beam bouncing erratically across trees and ground. The creature shifted closer in short, unnatural jerks, movements that defied normal rhythm. A nauseating wave of dizziness rushed over me as the humming intensified, the sound now painfully loud. The backup camcorder in my bag suddenly activated itself, a mechanical whir startling me. With trembling hands, I pulled it from my backpack. The screen showed an impossible scene, the forest clearing, illuminated like daylight. I watched as Luca, Ryan, and Reese ran past the camera, screaming in horror. My own figure appeared on screen too, standing exactly where I stood now, holding this very camcorder. Confusion overwhelmed me. I glanced frantically around the clearing, seeing only darkness, but the camera screen clearly showed the daytime horror unfolding right here, right now. The figure continued its jerking approach on the screen, rapidly closing in behind the boys, reaching toward Luca's shoulder. "No!" I shouted reflexively, voice raw with panic. I hurled the camcorder at a rock, watching as the screen shattered and sparks burst from the plastic casing. The harsh humming stopped immediately, plunging the forest back into total silence. The creature stood only feet away now, motionless and watching. My flashlight steadied on it for a fraction of a second, illuminating its twisted limbs and gaunt frame. Then, suddenly and silently, it vanished back into the trees, leaving only emptiness. I collapsed onto my knees, gasping, my entire body trembling. I stayed there for what felt like hours, unable to move, listening to my own ragged breathing. As dawn broke, a ranger found me collapsed beside the stream. I must have blacked out, because I had no memory of the hours in between. I was brought home, weak and dazed, my parents' faces a mixture of relief and worry. The ranger called it exposure, exhaustion, grief. But no one pressed me further. Days passed quietly, then weeks. I noticed something had changed inside me. The nightmares still came, but weaker now, easier to shake off. I no longer felt the weight of unseen eyes following me everywhere I went. One afternoon, while sorting through things in the garage, I noticed the old camcorder from Luca's disappearance still lying in a cardboard box on a dusty shelf. I felt a brief rush of panic, recalling its grainy images and distorted screams. Hesitantly, I picked it up, considering keeping it as some kind of twisted memorial. As I held it, a faint whisper rose from the speakers, small, distorted, almost mocking. "You can't save anyone." Without another thought, I carried it straight to the curbside trash can and dropped it inside. I slammed the lid shut and walked away, refusing to look back. For the first time I felt lighter. Not healed exactly, but lighter. The woods near Ashmill still held secrets I would never fully understand. But whatever had haunted Luca, Ryan, and Reese wouldn't haunt me anymore, because this time I'd chosen to let it go. Libby Creek runs quietly through the Kootenai National Forest in northwest Montana, about 30 minutes south of the sleepy town of Libby. It's popular among locals for its recreational gold panning, but far enough off the beaten path that it doesn't draw too many tourists. My boyfriend Ryan and I weren't locals. We'd driven across the border from Idaho on a spontaneous summer road trip, planning to hike, explore, and maybe pick up gold panning as a fun, laid-back hobby. We arrived at Libby Creek around 7 in the evening on July 3rd. The area was peaceful, almost deserted. Parking our Subaru in a pullout near the first bridge on Libby Creek Road, we stretched our legs and breathed in the pine-scented air. The creek was clear, trickling gently between gravel bars shaded by thick stands of trees. The evening sun was still strong, but the air felt fresh and inviting. We hadn't been there 5 minutes before we met another vehicle pulling in. A weathered but well-kept pickup truck. A friendly-looking man in his 40s stepped out, accompanied by his son, who couldn't have been older than 11. They introduced themselves. Jason was the father's name, and he seemed genuinely excited to find newcomers interested in gold panning. After chatting briefly, Jason offered to show us a better spot downstream. "I have a small claim down this way," he explained, nodding toward a narrow dirt path that followed the creek. "The gravel there hasn't been picked over as much." Ryan and I gladly accepted the offer, grabbing our gear and following the father and son down the shaded trail. It wasn't far, just a 10-minute walk, but soon enough, we emerged onto a secluded gravel bar. We spent the next couple of hours there, Jason patiently demonstrating how to pan for gold, the boy showing off tiny flecks he'd found. The evening air felt comfortable, and the soft chatter of the creek was relaxing. It was sometime after 8 when I asked, half jokingly, "Do you guys ever find anything weird out here besides gold?" Jason's smile faded slightly. He exchanged a quick look with his son before answering. "Actually, yes. Last fall, just down the creek from here, we stumbled on something pretty unsettling." "Yeah," the boy jumped in, his eyes serious and bright. "It was a human arm." I waited for them to laugh, to break the tension, but they didn't. Ryan's smile dropped away, and I felt an involuntary shiver move down my spine. Jason continued cautiously, his voice low and measured. "We reported it, of course, but nothing ever came of it. Folks go missing out here pretty often. Sometimes they wander off trail, sometimes they get lost, but honestly, a lot of them just vanish." He glanced around, taking in the encroaching shadows. "There are a lot of people who live off-grid in these forests, and not all of them want to be found. After those wildfires a few years back, the government said there might be more than 10,000 folks living out here. No papers, no trails. You gotta be careful." I glanced over at Ryan, silently communicating my discomfort, but neither of us said anything. Jason wasn't trying to scare us, I realized. He was genuinely concerned. Still, the warm evening had taken on a subtle chill. Around 8:30, I stood up and stretched, deciding to grab my sweatshirt from the car before it got darker. Leaving the guys by the creek, I hiked the short trail back up to the road alone. I felt strangely vulnerable walking by myself, suddenly aware of how quiet the forest had become. As I reached our car, movement caught my eye. A dark gray truck passed slowly, dogs barking from inside the cab. I couldn't see the driver clearly, and I didn't think much about it then. Vehicles were allowed on this road after all. But the slow speed and the lack of a friendly wave felt odd. I grabbed my sweatshirt, locked the Subaru, and hurried back down the trail. By the time I returned, Jason and his son were packing up their gear. They wished us well, telling us to be careful, and left around 9:30. Ryan and I lingered a few more minutes, soaking up the last light of day. We finally walked back up to the car just as dusk started settling over the trees. Ryan paused at the bridge, curious about another area he'd noticed across from our pullout. "I'll just take a quick look," he said casually. "You can wait here if you want." I nodded, climbing into the passenger seat of our car, locking the door behind me. Twilight made the trees cast long shadows, shapes that seemed thicker, darker, somehow more watchful than before. A peculiar unease crept into my chest, tightening with every passing second. I tried to shrug it off as residual nerves from Jason's unsettling stories, but I knew that wasn't it. The silence around me had deepened, intensified, heavy enough that my pulse quickened for no clear reason. A few minutes later, Ryan emerged quickly from the trail. His posture rigid, he hurried toward the car. I unlocked the door, letting him inside. His face was pale, tense. "Something wrong?" I asked, already guessing his answer. "Not sure," he murmured, glancing back down the path he'd just left. "I just had this weird feeling like someone was watching me. Did you notice anything up here?" Before I could respond, a familiar shape appeared on the bridge ahead of us. The dark gray truck I'd seen earlier. It rolled slowly to a stop halfway across the bridge, engine idling, blocking our only exit from the pullout. My stomach twisted. "Yeah," I whispered, feeling cold despite the warmth of the sweatshirt I'd retrieved. "I did." My throat tightened as the gray truck idled on the bridge, headlights casting a pale yellow glow against the darkening road. Ryan's knuckles whitened around the steering wheel. Neither of us spoke at first. We watched in silent disbelief as the driver's door opened slowly, and a man stepped out. He was thin, probably mid-50s, wearing jeans, a faded plaid shirt, and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. In the dimming evening, I couldn't clearly see his face, but I could sense the intensity of his gaze as he walked toward us. Ryan cracked his window just enough to hear, calling out in a careful but firm voice. "Evening. Are you the landowner?" The man paused, then stepped closer, hands resting loosely at his sides. "No," he answered, voice quiet and calm. "Just curious what you're doing out here." I shifted uneasily, keeping my eyes fixed straight ahead. Ryan cleared his throat, his voice steady despite the palpable tension. "We were gold panning. Just finishing up, actually. We're heading out now." The man tilted his head slightly, considering Ryan's response. "Gold panning, huh?" he echoed softly. He leaned forward slightly, studying our car, then me specifically. "Just the two of you?" My stomach clenched. His tone wasn't threatening exactly, but the slow drawl made my skin prickle. He stood too close enough to grab the car door if he wanted. I felt trapped, hemmed in between the creek on one side and thick forest on the other. "Yeah, just us," Ryan answered coolly, nodding toward the road behind the man's truck. "Mind if we squeeze past?" The man paused for a moment, then stepped back slowly, nodding. "Sure thing." Without another word, he turned and got back into his truck. Ryan released a breath he must have been holding. He put the car in reverse, preparing to back out of the pullout. But before we moved more than a foot, the truck's reverse lights flashed, and the vehicle backed suddenly, blocking our escape again. Then it stopped. The silence was unbearable. The truck sat motionless, engine rumbling softly, taillights casting a red glow across our windshield. My heart hammered. Ryan stayed still, his hand frozen on the gear shift. Suddenly the truck's horn blasted sharply, making me jump. I watched, pulse racing, as the driver's door swung open once more. The man emerged again, moving quicker this time. He approached Ryan's window again, this time stopping even closer. His voice had changed slightly, less friendly, more direct. "Are you folks looking for something out here?" he asked again, voice tighter. Ryan stared directly ahead, avoiding eye contact. "No," he said clearly. "Like I said, we're just leaving." "You know," the man continued, ignoring Ryan's reply, "there's a real nice private campground a mile or so up the road. Peaceful, quiet. Hardly anyone ever goes there. Might be perfect for a young couple like yourselves." He said the last words deliberately, eyes flicking toward me again. A chill crawled down my spine, and I shrank further into the seat. "Thanks, but we're heading home," Ryan repeated firmly, his voice sharper this time. The man stood there silently for several seconds, studying us closely as if deciding something. Finally, he stepped back again, slowly turning toward his truck. He climbed inside, closing the door with deliberate force. After what felt like an eternity, he finally moved the truck forward, clearing our exit. "Go," I whispered urgently, gripping Ryan's arm. Ryan nodded, quickly pulling the car onto the road. As we passed the truck, my eyes involuntarily flicked toward the driver's window. The man's face was expressionless, eyes fixed coldly forward, both hands gripping the wheel. He didn't even glance at us as we drove past, heading back toward the main road. My hands shook slightly as I finally allowed myself to exhale. Ryan glanced at me, his expression grim. "That was way too weird," he muttered. "Who fishes at 10 o'clock at night without gear? Or dogs?" The question lingered heavily between us as we left the creek behind, but before I could even think of a reply, something caught my eye from the darkness ahead. There he was again, standing at the edge of the trail, half hidden by shadows, unmoving and alone. I never intended our anniversary camping trip to become one of those stories we'd talk about for years afterward. It was supposed to be simple, a romantic getaway under the stars, just the two of us. My buddy Dylan had recently inherited several hundred acres of farmland near Resaca, Georgia, and he'd given us permission to use it whenever we wanted. It seemed perfect, quiet, private, secluded, far enough off the grid to disconnect, but still close enough to civilization if we needed anything. At least that's what we assumed. It was August, deep summer in northwest Georgia, where afternoons were thick and hot, and evenings offered only slight relief. I loaded my Ford F-250 diesel with firewood, camping gear, and a tarp big enough to cover the truck bed, giving us a makeshift tent. My girlfriend, now my wife, tossed snacks, blankets, and a small cooler into the back seat. We laughed as we packed, joking about roughing it for the night and pretending we weren't secretly wishing for air conditioning and Wi-Fi. We left home in the late afternoon, driving leisurely along empty back roads through rolling countryside. The late-day sun painted the fields in gold, and the horizon occasionally flickered with distant heat lightning. Nothing unusual for August. Neither of us had reliable cell service out here, but that was part of the charm. No distractions, just us. Turning off onto Dylan's land, we followed a winding dirt track nearly a mile into the property, leaving the main road far behind. Eventually, the trees opened into a huge harvested cornfield stretching toward a distant tree line. Beyond that, I knew, was the Oostanala River, normally slow and quiet this time of year. We chose a spot about 100 yards from the riverbank. The ground was firm but dusty beneath the tires. I made a mental note that if rain did come, it might get muddy fast. But looking at the clear sky above us, rain seemed unlikely. The air felt calm, heavy, like it was holding its breath. I backed the truck into position and set up camp, stretching the tarp over the bed and tying it down tight. The tarp formed a canopy above the mattress, giving us privacy and shelter while still letting us see the stars. Nearby, I stacked our firewood and got a fire started, the flames crackling softly as night fell. Dinner was steaks in the cast iron skillet, the scent of smoke and meat mingling with the sound of cicadas humming in the distant trees. We ate sitting side by side on the tailgate, talking quietly, watching heat lightning dance on the horizon, still far away. It felt like we had the entire world to ourselves, and the peace of it all made the stress of everyday life seem far away. Around midnight, with the embers dying down, we crawled under the tarp and lay back on the air mattress. My eyes grew heavy, lulled by the quiet rustling of the tarp overhead. She curled up beside me, head resting on my chest, breathing softly as sleep claimed her quickly. I don't know how long I slept before a low rumble of thunder pulled me awake. I blinked into the darkness, instantly alert. My girlfriend didn't stir. Outside, the flashes of lightning were brighter now, quicker, and I felt a subtle breeze begin to ripple the tarp. Reaching for my phone, I checked for a weather update, but the screen showed no signal. The rumbling grew louder, closer, a gentle reminder that storms could come quickly around here, even from nowhere. I lay still for a moment, hoping the storm might pass north of us, but something in my gut told me otherwise. Just as I decided to wake her, the first heavy drops struck the tarp, sharp taps like a warning. My pulse quickened. "Hey," I whispered urgently, nudging her awake. "We might have to move." She groaned softly, still half asleep. "What? Why?" The answer came before I could speak again. A violent gust of wind slammed into the tarp, shaking it fiercely as sheets of rain began pouring sideways, driven hard by the sudden storm. Within seconds, water dripped through gaps in the fabric, soaking us. "Wake up! Get dressed! We gotta go!" I shouted, adrenaline kicking in hard. Jumping from the mattress, I pulled my boots on quickly, feeling the truck bed tremble beneath me from the wind's force. My girlfriend was scrambling to her feet now, confusion in her eyes replaced by sudden urgency. The storm had gone from distant murmurs to a roaring assault without any warning. As I leaped down from the truck into the thickening mud, lightning illuminated the field in vivid flashes, revealing just how isolated we really were. The once firm, dry ground was already slick and shifting underfoot, each step threatening to pull my boots off. We had no idea then how quickly our perfect night would spiral into a fight for survival, nor how close the Oostanala River was creeping toward us, its silent surge hidden by the deafening storm. The rain hit hard, relentless and biting, like icy needles against our skin. The world seemed to collapse around us into darkness, interrupted only by the harsh glow of lightning. My heart was pounding, and my pulse echoed in my ears louder than the storm itself. "We gotta move fast," I shouted, struggling to be heard over the violent wind. "Get the straps. We need to take the tarp down before it rips loose." She nodded sharply, her soaked hair plastered to her face, eyes wide with fear and determination. We fumbled with the drenched nylon straps, fingers numbed by rain and urgency. Each second that passed felt like a minute. When the tarp finally loosened, the wind caught it immediately, whipping it free and sending it tumbling across the muddy field like a lost kite. "Forget it!" I yelled, turning toward the smoldering remains of our campfire. The fire was nearly out, extinguished by the driving rain, but the glowing embers hissed defiantly beneath the water pooling around them. I sprinted toward the driver's side door, boots sinking deep into the thick mud. I climbed up, slipping, pulling myself awkwardly into the cab. She scrambled into the passenger seat, slamming the door behind her. Our heavy breathing filled the cramped space, the windows fogging instantly. I turned the key, and the diesel engine rumbled to life. "Hold on tight," I warned, flipping the four-wheel drive switch to high. The truck lurched forward as I pressed down on the gas, tires spinning wildly, mud spraying high against the windows. For a brief moment, we surged forward, but then I felt the heavy weight of the truck bog down again. The tires spun uselessly, sinking deeper with each attempt. My stomach clenched in panic. "We're stuck. We need traction." I pointed out at the dark shape of the stacked firewood near the now extinguished campfire. "We've got to get that wood under the tires." We leaped from the truck again, stepping into water that had pooled ankle-deep in just minutes. Each step was exhausting, as if the mud itself was determined to keep us there. We carried armfuls of firewood, stumbling and sliding, desperate to reach the tires. Another flash of lightning lit the field, and for the first time, I saw clearly how quickly the situation was deteriorating. My flashlight swept toward the riverbank, and my heart sank at the sight. The Oostanala, gentle and calm hours earlier, was now a black torrent rushing swiftly across its banks, spreading rapidly toward us. Our campsite was quickly becoming part of the river. "The water's coming up fast!" I shouted, breathless. "We have maybe one chance, then we have to leave the truck and run." She stared at me in disbelief, her breathing rapid, eyes filled with fear. But something stronger, something determined, set in. She nodded fiercely, and we placed firewood pieces under each tire as rapidly as our numb hands could move. My lungs burned from the effort, and mud clung thick to our clothes, heavy and cold. "Get ready," I yelled. "As soon as I hit the gas, keep throwing more under." Back in the cab, hands trembling, I slammed the pedal down. The engine roared angrily, tires grinding against the firewood beneath. At first, there was nothing, just more spinning, the frustrating grind of rubber against wet bark. "Throw more!" I screamed out the open window. She hurled smaller chunks of wood desperately beneath the spinning wheels. The truck jolted forward slightly. Encouraged, I floored it again. Slowly, inch by stubborn inch, the tires found grip. The truck inched forward, wheels clawing desperately through mud and wood. "Keep going!" I yelled again, panic in my voice, knowing the river was closing in behind us. With a final, violent surge, the truck broke free, lurching forward onto slightly firmer ground. My hands trembled uncontrollably, adrenaline pumping wildly through me as we crawled slowly toward the dirt track we'd arrived on. Behind us, the field was quickly disappearing beneath rising water. As we reached the narrow dirt track, relief surged through me. I glanced over at her, soaking wet, mud-smeared and breathing heavily, but safe. The main road lay just ahead. I didn't dare look back at the now submerged campsite. All that mattered was getting away from that rising river. Neither of us spoke. There was nothing to say, not yet. My grip tightened on the steering wheel, knuckles pale beneath the mud coating my skin. The storm still raged violently, but it seemed distant now, muted by shock and exhaustion. We drove in silence toward the safety of town, leaving behind the muddy field, the rising water, and the night that had nearly claimed us. We reached the paved road, tires finally gripping the stable asphalt. I exhaled a deep breath, suddenly aware of how tightly I'd been clenching my jaw. Beside me, she sat motionless, soaked through and covered head to toe in mud. Her eyes stared straight ahead, reflecting the glow of passing streetlights as we drove into Calhoun. Neither of us spoke for several minutes. The tension of what we'd just survived sat heavy between us, Pulling into the dimly lit parking lot of the first motel we saw, I parked under the overhang near the office door. The storm still raged around us, rain hammering the roof with a steady, relentless rhythm. Without a word, we climbed out of the truck and stepped onto solid ground, our boots leaving thick trails of muddy water on the concrete. When we entered the small motel lobby, the clerk, a thin, tired-looking man in his late 50s, lifted his head from a worn paper bag. His eyes widened as he took in the sight of us, standing dripping and exhausted in front of his counter. "You two all right?" he asked slowly, eyes darting between us. I glanced down at the mud caked on our clothes, at the water pooling on the tile beneath us, and forced a shaky smile. "We got caught camping by the Ustanala," I said, struggling to steady my voice. "The river came up fast, flooded the field, barely got our truck out in time." He nodded slowly, his expression one of genuine concern. Without another question, he turned, took a key from behind him, and placed it firmly on the counter. "Room's on me tonight," he said quietly. "Glad you made it out." Relief washed over me as I thanked him, grabbing the key and heading silently toward our room. Inside, we peeled off our ruined clothes and showered the thick Georgia mud from our skin. The warm water stung slightly against scratches I hadn't realized I'd gotten while scrambling through the storm, but I barely noticed. As exhaustion finally took hold, we lay down side by side on the clean motel sheets, neither of us sleeping easily. The next morning, sunlight forced its way around the curtains, spilling into the dim room. I sat up slowly, muscles aching from the night's struggle. Outside, the world looked deceptively calm. We dressed silently, still processing what we'd survived. The storm had passed, leaving behind soaked pavement and a clean, fresh scent in the air. Curiosity and disbelief drew us back toward Dylan's land. When we reached the entrance to the farm, the muddy track was unrecognizable. Parking the truck by the road, we walked cautiously back toward the cornfield. My heart tightened at the sight before us. What had been dry, open land was now submerged beneath several feet of brown, swiftly moving water. The place we'd parked the truck, where we'd nearly lost our fight against the mud, was now completely underwater. We stood quietly, looking out across the flooded land. A chill crawled down my spine at the realization of how narrow our escape had truly been. Another 5 minutes of hesitation, and we wouldn't have made it out. Later that afternoon, Dylan called. I answered slowly, not fully ready to retell the night's events. But when I explained what had happened, the line went silent. He finally spoke, his voice low and stunned. "I've only seen that river flood once in 50 years, he said quietly. "Never anything like that." After hanging up, I leaned back in the chair, my thoughts drifting to how quickly our quiet night had become a desperate fight to escape. My girlfriend took my hand, squeezing gently. "You know," she said softly, "I think hotels sound nice from now on." A faint smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. She was right. We'd never return to that kind of camping again. The thrill of wilderness adventures had lost its appeal, but we both knew that night would stay with us forever. A reminder of just how quickly nature can shift from calm beauty to something deadly and merciless. We married a year later. Almost a decade has passed since that August night. Even now, whenever we hear the distant rumble of thunder, we share a quiet glance, a silent promise never to underestimate the power of a rising river again. I grew up spending summers on my grandparents' land, nestled deep in Oregon's Wallowa Mountains, not far from the little town of Joseph. Our family had owned the 1,500-acre spread for generations, the house itself built back in the 1960s by my great-grandfather. The sprawling acreage was mostly forested, with endless stands of towering pines and firs, dotted by rugged slopes and cool, shaded hollows. Growing up there felt safe, peaceful, and boundless, except for one place. About 600 yards west of the main house, just beyond a rough-cut game trail and down a slight dip, lay a patch of woods we all instinctively avoided. There wasn't anything outwardly sinister about it at first glance. It was just another cluster of trees, just another piece of forest. But even as kids, we learned quickly never to cross that unseen line. My older cousins didn't explain why. When I asked, they'd just look uncomfortable, shrug, and say they didn't like the feel of the place. Adults dismissed it as childish fears of cougars or coyotes, but I noticed they avoided it too. By the time I was 10, the rule was etched deeply in my mind: don't go past that point. Then Emily came along. She was my best friend from school, an adventurous kid from Portland who was staying with me for a week in July of 2005. Her city upbringing had given her a bravado that I admired and occasionally feared. She laughed at ghost stories, scoffed at scary movies, and was absolutely fearless when it came to exploring. Naturally, when I mentioned the off-limits patch of forest, she insisted we go there immediately. "It's just trees," she laughed, rolling her eyes dramatically. "Come on, let's build a fort." I was hesitant, but I couldn't resist her confidence. So, early that afternoon, we snuck some tools and gloves from my grandpa's barn and headed out past the familiar pines, towards the area we'd always avoided. Walking deeper into that section, it was hard to explain exactly why the place felt wrong. The sun shone as brightly there as it did everywhere else. The trees were healthy and tall, but something gradually shifted as we entered. The cheerful chatter between us faded, replaced by an uncomfortable silence. Neither of us mentioned it at first, but soon it was impossible to ignore. It wasn't just quiet, it was utterly still, like we had crossed some invisible barrier into a vacuum. Emily hesitated a moment, glancing back towards the house, but shrugged it off and started collecting sticks and branches for our lean-to fort. We worked quickly at first, piling up larger branches against a stout fir tree, creating a rough shelter that began to take shape. But the further along we got, the more strained and uneasy our movements became. My heart was beating quicker, my throat dry and scratchy. I tried to shake off the feeling, but a prickly, crawling sensation crept up my spine and wouldn't leave. Emily had stopped talking completely, her earlier enthusiasm replaced by nervous glances and jerky movements. At one point, I caught her staring at the woods around us, eyes wide, clearly on edge. "You okay?" I asked quietly. "Yeah," she whispered, but her voice sounded strained and unsure. As the afternoon wore on, each snap of a twig beneath our boots seemed louder than the last, echoing unnaturally in the stillness. My pulse quickened, adrenaline building for no obvious reason. Soon we weren't even pretending to work, just standing there, frozen, staring into the shadowed gaps between the trees. Then, abruptly, something shifted. It wasn't a sound or a clear movement, just a sudden, overwhelming instinct that we needed to run. I saw it in Emily's eyes, the same desperate urge to flee, and without a word or signal, we both turned and sprinted from that clearing, dropping gloves and tools where we stood. We crashed recklessly through the underbrush, panic driving our feet. Branches whipped our arms and faces, and our breath came in sharp, painful gasps. We didn't slow down until we burst from the tree line into the clearing around the house, chests heaving, tears streaming silently down both our faces. We stumbled onto the porch, shaking, our terrified eyes meeting in unspoken agreement that neither of us could explain what had just happened. My grandmother found us there and asked what was wrong. Neither Emily nor I could articulate an answer. All I knew was that the forest behind us, usually full of familiar evening sounds, was now dreadfully quiet. No crickets, no frogs, no coyotes. Just a silence so profound it pressed down like a physical weight. That night, we huddled together in my small bedroom, afraid to speak, afraid even to breathe loudly, listening desperately for anything outside. But nothing stirred. The oppressive quiet outside the window lingered through the night, and it felt as if whatever had chased us from the clearing was still out there, watching, waiting. I woke up early, startled awake by the thin gray morning light filtering through the curtains. Emily was already sitting up next to me, eyes wide and shadowed from lack of sleep. Neither of us had slept well, each drifting in and out of restless dreams punctuated by jolts of anxiety. I couldn't shake the sense of dread from the day before, still vivid and fresh. Breakfast was tense. We avoided talking about the clearing, trying instead to force casual conversation about cartoons or swimming. But even my grandparents could tell something was off. They exchanged worried looks across the table, but didn't push us. I wished they would ask, almost hoped they would forbid us from going anywhere near the forest again. When we finally stepped outside after breakfast, the summer air felt heavy, too warm, too still. Emily stood silently looking west, toward the tree line. I knew exactly what she was thinking. We'd left behind my grandfather's tools, his good gloves, and even though we were terrified, neither of us could stomach the idea of admitting to my grandparents that we'd abandoned their things. Emily finally broke the silence. "We should just get it over with." I nodded, barely managing a whispered, "Yeah." We walked slowly at first, moving deliberately toward the trees, each step dragging more than the last. Our earlier confidence was completely gone, replaced by dread as we reached the edge of the forbidden patch of woods. I hesitated, standing right at the invisible line we'd always avoided. Emily took a shaky breath, then stepped across first. "Come on," she said, sounding less sure than she probably meant to. I followed, my heart hammering again as the trees swallowed us up. The forest was quiet, too quiet. I strained my ears, hoping desperately for any normal woodland sounds, a bird, an insect buzzing, anything. Instead, only our footsteps broke the silence, each crunch of pine needles sounding painfully loud. When we reached the clearing, Emily froze so suddenly that I nearly collided with her. I stepped around her slowly, and the scene came sharply into view. In the center of our unfinished fort was a deer, lying awkwardly on its side, its neck twisted at an unnatural angle. The animal's throat was ripped wide open, torn brutally apart in a single savage motion. Blood had pooled around the wound, fresh and shining in the sunlight, but strangely, the deer appeared untouched otherwise. No scavengers had disturbed it, no predators had dragged it away to feed. It looked deliberately placed, as though left there specifically for us to find. My stomach lurched violently. Emily gagged softly beside me, stepping back. And then we saw them. The gloves and tools we'd dropped when we'd fled. They weren't scattered across the ground anymore. Instead, each item had been carefully gathered and arranged into a neat pile directly beside the deer's head, precise enough that it couldn't possibly have happened by chance. One glove was missing. We stood motionless for a moment, horror flooding through me. I could hear Emily's breathing quicken sharply, mirroring my own growing panic. "We have to leave," she whispered. I nodded numbly, barely able to speak. "Grab the stuff," I choked out. We lunged forward, snatching the tools and gloves from the ground in a chaotic frenzy, careful not to look too closely at the deer. In moments, we were sprinting again, racing through the underbrush as fast as our legs could carry us. Branches slapped painfully at my arms and face, but I felt none of it. My mind locked only on getting away. Bursting free from the trees, we didn't stop until we reached the safety of the house. On the porch, we dropped everything in a heap, gasping for breath. Emily looked as pale and shaken as I felt. "What are we going to tell your grandparents?" she asked quietly, voice shaking. I shook my head, trying to think of any believable explanation. "We just tell them we found the deer like that, and we don't mention the gloves or the tools. Maybe they won't notice one missing glove." Emily nodded uncertainly. Neither of us said what we were really thinking, that none of it made sense, and that there was no logical explanation for what we'd seen. Later, after dinner, while Emily showered, I stepped onto the porch, hoping the evening air would calm my nerves. But my relief was short-lived. My eyes fell to the bench just below the bedroom window, and my breath stopped cold. There sat the missing glove, mud-streaked and worn, carefully laid out as though waiting to be found. I stood frozen, unable to move, staring at it as a cold shiver rippled through me. It hadn't been there before, I was sure of it. Something had followed us back. 20 years passed before I returned to the house again. My grandparents had both passed away, leaving the land to my parents, and eventually to me. It felt strange to stand in the old gravel driveway, looking up at the familiar home set against a backdrop of thick evergreens. Even after so much time, just seeing the forest filled me with dread. I spent the first day checking the house, walking slowly through the rooms, touching old photographs, and soaking up the quiet nostalgia. But by evening, my eyes kept drifting to the west window, toward the same cluster of trees that still pulled at my memories. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the yard, and once again that old uncomfortable feeling settled over me. I forced myself to sit outside on the porch, nursing a beer and trying to pretend I wasn't nervous. The trees loomed dark and quiet in the twilight, exactly as they had 2 decades earlier. The stillness was unsettling, unnatural. No wind, no distant sounds of wildlife, just heavy silence. I finally gave up, retreating into the house to lock every door and window before going to bed. Sleep never came. I lay awake in my grandparents' old bedroom, eyes fixed nervously on the ceiling. My thoughts circled back endlessly to the deer, the neatly stacked tools, the missing glove placed so carefully on the bench. I'd tried to forget it for 20 years, rationalizing that childhood memories could twist over time, but now, back in this house, every detail returned vividly. Around midnight, something triggered the motion-activated porch light outside the bedroom window, flooding the room with a sudden pale glow. My heart jumped into my throat. I lay perfectly still, barely breathing, listening hard. Gravel crunched softly, just once, under a slow, deliberate footstep. My pulse pounded in my ears. Every muscle in my body tensed painfully, paralyzed with a terror I hadn't felt since I was 10 years old. Carefully, I slid out of bed and crept toward the window, peering through a narrow gap in the curtains. A figure stood on the porch. Its outline was indistinct, tall, hunched, partially hidden in shadow. It faced away, standing motionless just inches from the bench. My breath caught painfully in my chest as I watched, waiting for any movement, but it stood impossibly still. Then slowly, its head turned toward the window, directly toward me. I recoiled, flattening myself against the wall, pulse racing. Seconds passed in agonizing silence, each heartbeat feeling like a hammer blow. A single step creaked on the wooden porch. Then came the sound I'd been dreading. One sharp, deliberate knock on the bedroom window. Not loud, but purposeful and clear. A simple signal. One knock, no more. I sank down slowly, sliding onto the floor, my back pressed against the cold plaster wall. My breathing came in short, ragged gasps. I didn't dare move. I didn't dare look again. Hours dragged by in silence. Only when the pale light of morning finally seeped through the curtains did I summon the courage to rise on trembling legs. Carefully, slowly, I approached the window again, pulling the curtain aside to look out onto the porch. It was empty now, bathed in gray morning light. Gathering every scrap of courage, I opened the front door, stepping cautiously onto the porch. My gaze fell immediately to the bench beneath the window. There, placed carefully and deliberately, lay a single unfamiliar glove. It was old leather, cracked and worn from years of use. Nothing like the gloves my grandfather had once owned. My hand shaking, I picked it up. Something was tucked inside it, and I withdrew it slowly. A broken piece of antler, still fresh, slightly damp at the break, rested in my palm. My breath came faster as panic began rising inside me. Glancing up toward the tree line, I felt the weight of unseen eyes watching from the shadows beneath the trees. I knew in that instant I would never spend another night in this house. Within weeks, I arranged to sell the land to a conservation group, signing documents with one strict condition: no trails, no buildings, no campsites. Nothing would ever be constructed west of the main ridge. I didn't explain why, and they didn't ask. Driving away for the last time, I glanced briefly at that patch of forest in my rearview mirror. Whatever had been waiting there had remained patient and quiet for all these years. And whatever it was, I understood clearly now. It didn't want company. I've always loved Algonquin Provincial Park, especially during the dead quiet of winter. The park is huge, sprawling across miles of Ontario's untouched wilderness. Most people avoid the backcountry trails in late December. The snow makes hiking more challenging. The temperature drops dramatically, and daylight doesn't last. But that's exactly why I go. My name's Mark Delorier. I'm 32, live alone, and work remotely, which gives me the freedom to escape into the wilderness whenever I want. Usually my hikes are just me and my Labrador retriever Toby. He's a good dog, calm but alert. He makes me feel safer when the woods get a little too quiet. This particular hike happened about 5 years ago. It was a crisp winter afternoon, clear and still, the kind of day I lived for. Toby and I arrived at the Brent Road trailhead around 1:15 in the afternoon. It's a lesser-used entry point, especially this time of year. The parking lot was empty, just the way I liked it. I grabbed my backpack, checked my watch, and estimated about 4 hours for our loop, cutting it close but manageable. We set out at a steady pace. The trail was familiar enough, winding through dense forest, past frozen lakes and streams, up and down gently rolling hills. 2 hours into the hike, we stopped at a clearing overlooking a small frozen lake. I tossed Toby a stick while I caught my breath and drank some water. The hills surrounding us cut sharply into the sky, casting long shadows across the clearing. It was quiet, the kind of silence you only find miles from civilization. Checking the time, I was surprised to see how fast the afternoon had passed. It was already nearing 4:20, and the light was fading faster than expected. I cursed myself silently for not accounting better for winter's early dusk. My GPS confirmed my worry. We still had about 45 minutes left before reaching the car, and darkness was closing in rapidly. We headed back onto the trail, Toby trotting happily ahead of me, when I noticed something odd just off the side of the path. I paused. Clearly pressed into the fresh snow was a single boot print, much larger than my own. It wasn't mine, and we hadn't passed anyone. Strange, but maybe someone had ventured off trail earlier in the day. Yet scanning around, I couldn't see any other footprints leading away or toward it. Just one isolated boot print. An uneasy feeling crept over me, but I brushed it off. No sense in spooking myself out here. Toby sniffed briefly at the print but didn't seem bothered, so we pressed on. Another 10 minutes passed. The trees thickened around us. The shadows deepened, and soon we emerged into a larger snow-covered field. The sky had darkened to a heavy dusk, with only faint blue-gray hues filtering through the clouds above. My heart quickened involuntarily. This was not the place to lose daylight. I picked up the pace. Halfway across the field, something hit me, hard, a deep instinctual sense of dread that surged from my stomach into my chest. Every hair on my body seemed to stand straight. I stopped walking. Toby sensed it too, freezing in his tracks, ears pulled back, tail lowered. Slowly, almost reluctantly, I turned to glance behind me. At the far edge of the field stood a figure, a distinct human shape silhouetted against the dark line of trees. It was motionless, darker than the trees behind it, no details visible, just an outline. Even at a distance, the presence felt threatening. My heart pounded furiously. Who was this, and why hadn't I seen or heard them approaching? There had been no other vehicles at the trailhead, no logical reason for anyone else to be here, especially after dark. Toby let out a quiet, uneasy growl. "Easy," I whispered, more to myself than to him, as if the sound of my voice could soothe away the growing panic. But my gut knew better. Whoever that was, they weren't friendly. They were standing utterly still, watching me, waiting for something, waiting for me to make a move. I didn't hesitate any longer. Adrenaline flooding my veins, I grabbed Toby's leash tight and shouted, "Come on!" We turned, sprinting full tilt down the trail, snow crunching loudly underfoot, pulse hammering in my ears. The figure hadn't moved yet, but every instinct told me he would. And when he did, he'd be coming fast. My legs pumped faster than they ever had before. The world became a blur of white and shadow, branches whipping past my face, my breath coming in painful, sharp bursts of cold air. Toby ran beside me, leash taut, matching my frantic pace. I didn't dare look behind me, not yet. All I could think about was getting to the car. My heart slammed against my ribs. The adrenaline blocked out everything but the trail directly ahead. I nearly lost my footing multiple times, sliding down small embankments and scrambling over exposed roots, but I refused to slow down. The figure behind us might not have moved at first, but I knew, deep in my bones, it was following now. We covered ground at an impossible speed, cutting through forest sections I'd usually carefully pick my way across. The snow beneath my feet became treacherous, slick and unpredictable, and each stride felt like it might send me sprawling onto the ice. But the fear of whatever chased us kept me moving. Finally, lungs burning, I saw the switchback looming ahead. The steep final climb up the wooded slope toward the parking lot. Relief flashed through me momentarily, tempered instantly by dread at how exposed we'd be climbing that hill. I didn't have a choice. I hit the bottom of the switchback, immediately feeling the steep incline bite into my thighs. Zigzagging back and forth up the narrow trail, my pace inevitably slowed, my muscles screaming in protest. Halfway up, I dared a quick glance backward. The figure stood at the base of the hill, perfectly still. A wave of nausea hit me. For a split second, I wondered if he might just stand there, if perhaps he'd give up now that I had such a head start. But then he began moving, not slowly, not cautiously. He exploded forward, sprinting straight up the hillside, cutting directly across the trail, ignoring the path altogether. He moved without hesitation, as if the steep slope and icy ground didn't exist at all. "Crap!" I gasped out loud. Terror flooded me anew, forcing strength back into my exhausted legs. I turned upward again, desperately clawing at the ground, slipping repeatedly on patches of slick ice. Toby barked urgently, sensing the panic radiating from me. Near the top, lungs searing from the cold, I yelled over my shoulder at the man charging toward me. "F off!" No response, no acknowledgement, just silent, relentless pursuit, the distance between us shrinking with horrifying speed. I reached the top, the trees thinning abruptly as the parking lot opened up before me. My Subaru sat waiting just ahead, alone, or so I thought. As I raced toward it, I stopped dead in my tracks. Beside my car was another vehicle, a black truck parked directly next to mine. That wasn't there earlier. Nobody else had been here when I arrived, and I'd seen no other hikers on the trail. My stomach twisted violently. Whoever this man was, he'd been here all along, waiting patiently for me. Fumbling frantically for my keys, fingers numb and trembling uncontrollably, I dropped them onto the snow. "No!" I shouted, desperation surging. Behind me, footsteps crunched rapidly up the final incline. Toby spun in place, whining anxiously, pulling at the leash in confusion. Snatching the keys back up, I jammed them into the lock, twisted hard, and yanked the door open. I hurled Toby inside first, slamming the door shut just as the figure reached my car. For an instant, time seemed to freeze. He didn't pound on my window. He didn't reach for the door handle or shout or threaten me. Instead, he pivoted sharply, sprinting directly to the truck parked beside mine. Without hesitation, he climbed in, fired up the engine, and slammed the accelerator. The truck roared, skidding wildly on the frozen lot, fishtailing violently. Black smoke poured from the exhaust as the vehicle tore recklessly away, barreling down Brent Road and disappearing into the dark woods. The silence left behind was deafening. I sat stunned, paralyzed by confusion and lingering terror. My breath fogged the inside of the window, rapid and uneven. Toby leaned against me, quietly whimpering, ears pinned back. I didn't move. I couldn't. My gaze locked on the blackened skid marks etched into the snow-covered pavement. Minutes turned into an hour, then 2. I couldn't bring myself to drive, terrified the truck might return. I sat there in the darkness, unable to process what had just happened. The figure had been waiting. That truck had been waiting. Waiting specifically for me. It was nearly 3 hours before I finally felt calm enough to start the car and leave the trailhead. The inside of the vehicle was bitterly cold now, my breath visible in rapid bursts. Toby stayed close, eyes watchful, quiet as he pressed himself against my leg. I forced myself to think rationally. Maybe this person had followed me into the park, or maybe they'd seen me park earlier and waited until dusk. but neither explanation fully eased the fear gripping my chest. The park had been empty when I'd arrived, no other vehicles in sight. I couldn't explain how the truck had suddenly appeared beside my car, or why the figure had pursued me so silently and relentlessly through the woods. I started the engine. Its familiar rumble brought a thin wave of relief, though my hands shook so badly I had trouble steering out of the lot. On the drive back home, every shadow along the road looked like the truck. Every vehicle that passed caused my pulse to spike, eyes scanning the rearview mirror for headlights that might follow too closely. After arriving home, I locked every door and window. I turned on lights throughout the house, double-checking each lock repeatedly. Toby paced restlessly, feeding off my anxious energy. That night, sleep came only in short, broken intervals. Each time I drifted off, I jolted awake, imagining the figure at my window, staring silently through the glass. Early the next morning, I called Ontario Provincial Police, explaining the entire ordeal in detail. They sent an officer over, who listened patiently, taking notes and promising they'd check park logs and security cameras along the main road. But his expression was skeptical, polite but doubtful of my story. I didn't blame him. It sounded unbelievable, even to me. Days passed without word from the police. Frustration gnawed at me. I had to understand, had to prove to myself that I hadn't imagined the whole thing. So, after a week of anxious hesitation, I decided to return to Brent Road, not to hike, just to confirm what had happened. The drive back to Algonquin was tense, filled with dread. The park was silent and empty once again. Though in daylight, it felt less oppressive. Still, memories of that night filled every corner of my mind. Leaving Toby safely in the car, I walked slowly back toward the switchback, heart quickening as I approached the spot where I'd seen the figure first. The trail seemed peaceful now, almost serene beneath a fresh coat of snow, but as I approached the bottom of the slope, I spotted something chilling. There they were, my tracks, erratic, zigzagging sharply up the hillside. Beside them, starkly visible in daylight, were the stranger's boot prints. They didn't follow the trail. Instead, they ran directly up the slope, deeply impressed, widely spaced. Whoever this was had been moving with terrifying strength and determination. Cold dread settled heavily in my gut. Following a hunch, I retraced my steps carefully back to the clearing where I'd first noticed the figure. Approaching cautiously, I stopped dead. The single boot print I'd noticed days ago was still clearly visible, frozen solid into the snow. But now, seeing it again, something struck me as impossible. There were no other footprints leading to or away from this single print. It was completely isolated, as though the person had simply appeared in place, waiting there without movement for hours, perhaps even days, watching the trail, waiting for someone, waiting for me. My skin prickled with a sudden overwhelming realization. He hadn't stumbled upon me. He hadn't followed me on a whim. He had known exactly where I'd be and had positioned himself perfectly to intercept me, to trap me in darkness. But how? Why? The silence around me grew oppressive again, pressing in heavily. I backed slowly away, heart hammering once more. I didn't want answers anymore. All I wanted was to leave and never come back. As I hurried back to the car, an uncomfortable certainty settled over me. Whoever had chased me that night was still out there, free, untraced, and unknown. They knew the park better than I did, could appear silently and vanish without a trace, leaving nothing behind but impossible footprints and unanswered questions. I climbed quickly into the vehicle, locked the doors, and drove away faster than I probably should have. Toby leaned against me, sensing my urgency. As the miles passed behind us, I vowed never again to enter that park alone. To this day, when the nights grow long and the snow falls thickly outside my window, my mind drifts inevitably back to Brent Road, to the silent figure waiting patiently in the dark, and to the moment when I dropped my keys. Because I know exactly how close I'd come, how if I'd hesitated even a second longer I wouldn't be here now, recounting my narrow escape. I've never been a good sleeper, especially outdoors. Anxiety and the woods are a tricky combination, but I'd been trying to push past it. My partner and I had been bikepacking through Olympic National Park, spending the weekend near the old Olympic Hot Springs Trail. Our campsite wasn't far from Boulder Creek, near a trailhead abandoned years ago, after landslides and shifting landscapes erased its popularity. Though quiet and remote, the place was beautiful. Dense trees, mist in the early morning, a picturesque solitude we'd sought out intentionally. It was the last morning of our trip, and we had planned a long ride back out, so when I woke at around 5, still fully dark, with only a faint promise of dawn, I decided to get moving rather than lie awake listening to the random sounds of the forest. My partner was still asleep, breathing softly beside me. Outside, the woods were quiet, save for distant rustling, birds or squirrels, I assumed. Nothing unusual. The silence was heavy enough to amplify any small sound, and I felt hyper-aware of every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves as I moved around camp with my headlamp cutting a beam through the darkness. I glanced at the trail leading toward the pit toilet, hesitating. The outhouse was probably 100 feet away, too far to comfortably navigate in the dark, alone, at least for someone like me. Feeling slightly foolish for my fear, I moved just beyond our tent into a thick patch of brush, no more than 10 feet from camp. I switched off my headlamp briefly, listening carefully. As my eyes adjusted, a faint sound caught my attention, quiet murmuring, almost human voices, drifting softly from somewhere down the slope. I squinted into the shadows, peering through the silhouettes of trees toward a ravine 50 feet away. The murmurs rose and fell, indistinct but undeniably real. Flicking my headlamp back on, I swung its beam toward the sound, and the pale circle of light revealed something reflective in the brush. Silvery material, shiny and unnatural. A sleeping bag? Emergency blanket? Someone camping without a tent. The murmurs stopped briefly, then continued again, a gentle rhythm like quiet conversation. Feeling relieved to have an explanation, I shook off the unease and headed back toward the tent. My partner was already awake now, beginning to pull gear together, and I quietly mentioned the nearby campers as we started packing. Neither of us were particularly loud, respecting their apparent rest, keeping our voices low as we stowed our gear. Daylight began to bleed into the sky, pale streaks slowly diluting the shadows. Then, from the large cedar next to our camp, just 10 feet away, came a sudden, sharp crack. It was loud enough to make us both pause, looking up expectantly. Another crack followed immediately, sounding exactly like a large branch breaking under heavy weight. My heart thumped unevenly as we both shined our lights upward into the tree, expecting to see movement. But there was nothing. No falling branches, no swaying limbs, nothing. My partner muttered under his breath, maybe a bear or a big bird? But even as he spoke, he was clearly uncertain. Another loud, wrenching snap echoed from the tree, followed by the unmistakable sound of something heavy rustling, shifting among branches. Sound so vivid that it was impossible to reconcile with the absolute stillness above us. We continued packing hastily, both of us now fully alert, occasionally glancing upward, trying to rationalize what we were hearing. My hand drifted to my pocket, fingers brushing the handle of my knife, a tiny comfort that felt absurd against whatever unknown thing was causing the invisible chaos above us. My partner retrieved the bear spray from his pack, holding it at his side. The noise continued, intermittent but unmistakable. Deep cracks, the grinding rustle of heavy movement. The tree remained utterly motionless. "Let's try to scare it off," I said, louder now, trying to steady the slight tremble in my voice. We clapped loudly, shouting a few times, hoping to chase away whatever animal might be hidden up there. But nothing reacted. There was no hurried retreat through the branches, no startled flutter of wings. Just the continued, rhythmic cracking, now punctuated by softer thumps, as if heavy objects were being tossed to the ground, though nothing actually fell. The rising sun was slowly providing clarity, painting the forest around us in shades of gray and muted green, Yet even in the clearer daylight, the source of the sound remained invisible, intangible, impossible to understand. I felt a creeping dread in my stomach, colder and deeper than any simple anxiety I'd felt before. It felt irrational, like panic barely suppressed, but I fought to keep my composure. We just needed to leave. "We should get moving," my partner said, his voice carefully neutral, though I saw his eyes darting around uncertainly. Our bikes now loaded, we wheeled them quickly toward the main trail, closer to the pit toilets. Still, from that tree came the sharp, insistent cracks, echoing in the otherwise still air. As we reached the clearing near the trailhead, I glanced once more toward the ravine where the sleeping bag had been. The morning light revealed clearly what darkness had distorted. There was no sleeping bag, no campers at all. Instead, the reflective surface was the aluminum drainage pipes protruding from beneath the trailhead. They gleamed innocently in the daylight, mocking my earlier confidence. The murmurs were gone, vanished with the illusion of other campers. We were utterly alone, and now, even more inexplicably, the cracking from the tree behind us had suddenly intensified, as if triggered by my realization. The noise became violent, snapping like bones under pressure, sounding impossibly heavy and aggressive. My partner glanced at me nervously, hurriedly leaning his bike against a nearby post and disappearing quickly into the outhouse. Standing alone, exposed, I stared back at the cedar tree across the clearing. I was trembling, no longer able to mask my fear. Whatever this was, it wasn't right. There was no animal large enough to remain unseen while causing that kind of chaos. I clapped again, louder this time, yelling at the tree, at the emptiness around me, feeling my voice grow desperate. "Get away!" I shouted, my voice echoing faintly off distant trees. The cracking continued, a harsh, relentless response. My partner emerged from the outhouse, stepping quickly toward me, and the moment he stepped fully into view, everything ceased. The silence was instant, suffocating, total. Not a leaf rustled, not a branch shifted. We shared a look, fear mirrored in each other's faces. Wordlessly, we secured our gear, glanced warily at the now silent tree, and pushed our bikes onto the trail. We needed to leave, and we needed to leave now. We quickly pushed our bikes to the trailhead, moving quietly, tension thick between us. Behind us, the tree stood silent, as though nothing had happened. My partner's face was pale, and I could feel my heart pounding unevenly. It was hard to shake the feeling of being watched, even though the morning was growing brighter, the sun pushing weakly through the misty layers of cloud above the forest. At the trailhead, we paused, taking a moment to secure the final gear on our bikes. I found myself repeatedly glancing back toward the cedar tree, half expecting the noise to erupt again, but the tree remained quiet, its branches perfectly still. I was struck by how ordinary it looked in the daylight. Nothing about it suggested the violent noises that had nearly sent me into panic moments ago. "You good?" my partner asked, clearly trying to mask his own unease with calm concern. "Yeah," I replied quietly, unable to fully meet his eyes. "Let's just get going." As we began fastening our bags and double-checking gear, I turned again toward the ravine below the campsite, drawn by the memory of the voices I'd heard in the pre-dawn darkness. Now, fully illuminated, the area looked completely different. I took a few cautious steps closer to the edge of the trail, squinting downward toward the source of the earlier reflection. There, glinting softly in the morning light, were the aluminum drainage pipes protruding from the earth, partially obscured by leaves and dirt. My stomach dropped slightly as the reality sank in. No sleeping bag, no campers. No one had been there at all. I stared blankly, feeling foolish, confusion twisting into dread as the truth settled. If no one had been camping down there, then whose voices had I heard? A sharp crack echoed suddenly behind me. I spun around instantly, heart racing. My partner stood near the outhouse, paused mid-step. His eyes met mine, wide and questioning. "Did you hear?" I started, my voice wavering. He nodded slowly. "Yeah." We both turned simultaneously toward the cedar tree, now a little further away, but clearly visible. Even from this distance, the noise was distinct, louder now. Branches splintering violently, rustling heavy enough to imply something huge and powerful hidden in the branches. Yet the tree remained motionless, unnaturally still despite the intensity of the sounds. The unease I'd felt before surged back, far stronger now. Whatever this was, logic couldn't explain it, and my mind raced through possibilities. A hidden animal, a strange acoustical effect, anything to rationalize the impossibility unfolding in front of us. But nothing fit. There was no wind, no visible movement, just the continuous crashing sounds echoing clearly through the quiet morning. My partner glanced at me uneasily, then nodded toward the outhouse. "Give me a second. We'll leave immediately after, okay?" I nodded numbly, watching him hurry toward the small structure. My chest tightened, anxiety crawling sharply through my veins. Alone again, the cracking noise from the tree seemed to intensify once more, louder and faster, as if responding to his departure. Each splintering snap felt closer now, more forceful. Every muscle in my body tensed, adrenaline pushing me toward panic. Standing there, vulnerable and alone, I could feel the oppressive weight of something unseen, an invisible presence rooted firmly in the inexplicable chaos around me. I stared at the tree, defiant yet terrified, desperate for some rational explanation. But the tree offered none, just its persistent and impossible sounds. "Hey!" I shouted suddenly, desperate to break through the tension. My voice echoed weakly, swallowed by the dense forest. "Leave us alone." My words hung empty, unanswered. The noise paused for only a heartbeat, then resumed louder, almost aggressive. I stepped back instinctively, feeling exposed, my mind racing with worst-case scenarios. Wild animal attack, sudden ambush, something emerging from the underbrush. The outhouse door swung open suddenly, and my partner stepped quickly out onto the trail, moving toward me with urgency. The moment he appeared clearly beside me, the noise stopped instantly. Silence returned, abrupt and unsettling, as though it had never been disrupted. The forest was quiet, perfectly still. We stared at each other wordlessly, the air heavy with unspoken fear. "You heard it stop, right?" I finally whispered. "Yeah," he answered quietly, "as soon as I came out." A chill crawled up my spine deeper than before. It was undeniable now. This was deliberate, purposeful. We exchanged no more words. We secured our packs, helmets clipped, pedals turned into position, each movement swift but controlled. Neither of us mentioned the ravine again. Neither of us mentioned the tree. But we could feel it there, silent and heavy, watching as we rolled our bikes onto the trail, eager to put distance between ourselves and whatever invisible thing had claimed the cedar tree as its own. We pedaled silently, tires crunching on the packed earth, senses still painfully alert. The oppressive quiet that followed us away from the campsite felt unnatural, a void left by whatever had filled the woods earlier. It was as if the entire forest had frozen, holding its breath. Glancing back, I saw only trees, motionless cedars, heavy pines, empty stretches of dense brush. The previous commotion seemed distant now, almost unreal in the calm of daylight, but the unease lingered sharply beneath my ribs. My partner's face remained set in determined silence, eyes forward, expression tense. We crossed a small wooden bridge spanning Boulder Creek, and something cracked sharply in the distance behind us. A single deliberate sound echoing clearly off the trees. We both braked instinctively, turning back toward the trail we'd just traveled. The trail stretched empty and quiet, trees standing motionless. No branches fell, no animals stirred. Nothing visible justified the sound. Without speaking, we pressed on, pedaling faster now, urgency dictating our pace. My heartbeat hammered in my ears, every rustle of brush and creak of branches amplified by adrenaline. Each curve in the trail filled me with dread, every shadow conjuring brief, irrational fears of ambush. As minutes stretched into an hour, the oppressive tension gradually began to loosen. Sunlight filtered more fully through the treetops, warming patches of moss and earth, lighting our path more confidently. Birdsong slowly returned, hesitant at first, eventually becoming reassuringly familiar, By the time we paused briefly to catch our breath, we'd covered a significant distance. I could no longer sense the strange heaviness in the air that had seemed so suffocating before. My partner removed his helmet, wiping sweat from his brow, breathing heavily. What the hell was that back there? I shook my head, unsure how to answer. I don't know. Animals can't do that, right? He glanced uneasily over his shoulder, eyes scanning the woods behind us. No animal I know. There wasn't any wind either. Trees don't just... He stopped short, unwilling to say aloud what we'd both been thinking. We stood in silence for a moment, the calm of the forest now almost deceptive. In ordinary daylight, surrounded by ordinary sounds, what we'd experienced felt surreal, impossible. But I knew it had been real. I still felt the residual tension trembling through my muscles. Eventually, we resumed riding, though at a more controlled pace. The sense of immediate danger had passed, yet neither of us fully relaxed. Something about what happened felt unresolved. As we emerged from the deeper woods, the landscape opened up, revealing more familiar terrain, the road leading back towards civilization. When we finally reached the trailhead parking lot, other cars and campers appeared reassuringly mundane. Families unloaded gear, hikers prepared backpacks, laughter and conversation filled the air, breaking the spell of isolation that had enveloped us so completely. I felt something inside me loosen fully, relief flooding in at last. Later, back home, I found myself searching online, digging into the history of Olympic National Park and the abandoned Olympic hot springs. Threads on obscure forums recounted vague, unsettling stories. Whispers of voices where no people were present, trees shaking without wind. Unexplained events dismissed as tricks of imagination or nerves. I stumbled onto mentions of the area's sacred significance to the Klallam tribes, places best left undisturbed, guarded by unseen, intangible boundaries. Though the stories lacked specifics, they echoed precisely what we'd experienced. Something present, yet invisible, warning visitors away, fiercely protective of its territory. Weeks later, I brought up the idea of returning, casually suggesting a larger group, better prepared, perhaps to confront the lingering uncertainty. My partner only shook his head firmly, eyes uneasy, determinedly dismissing the idea without discussion. That quiet refusal said enough. Though I've tried to rationalize it, my thoughts still drift back to that cedar tree. The impossible, violent sounds emerging from absolute stillness, the voices that never existed, and the undeniable sense that something invisible, silent, and powerful had watched us until we finally left its forest behind. Whatever it was, it never revealed itself. Maybe that's what scares me most. It didn't need to.